A small delay, but we're good to get started now. Thanks for waiting, everyone. So today is the day. We're going to finish Umineko Chapter 8 and the entirety of Umineko. Pretty excited about it. Hi, Wise Fool, Freezy Koyo. How's everyone doing? Hi. Okay, so we are on the very end of everything. Not quite sure what to expect either. Just catching my breath from, got called to help with something. Catching my breath from that. We'll get started in a moment. A lot of noise. And still hear the waves and birds? Yeah. In the game. Okay. Need a minute, man. I shouldn't have to do that right now. I'm just trying to get centered again. Give me a second. I almost want to reset YouTube stream, but I think it'll be fine. If you're still here, from YouTube, I appreciate you waiting. I appreciate you waiting. How am I? I'm doing okay. Just catching up, catching my breath, waiting for things to calm down for a second. It's a lot of noise, right? I want to make sure I'm in the right headspace to finish this up too. It's been such a good story so far that I want to make sure I'm not distracted or that trying to finish it. Yeah, all's good. Give it another minute or two. We're good. Good. I'm just gonna play a game of... Again, if you watch from YouTube, definitely scrub forward if you're just looking for the story. I know I normally do the dailies and the dulls and stuff like that, so I guess this is kind of to be expected at the beginning of a video. Okay. Okay. They didn't want to play as black, I guess. I'm already forgetting all of what I'm supposed to do with this opening. Oh, I'm supposed to go like this. Castle up. We want to develop this knight to here, I believe. Everything's okay. Yeah, I'm chilling. Just usual stress. I do know a chess opening, sort of. I've been really trying to learn how to do this chess stuff. And it's really hard. Here. I mean, I wouldn't say I know it either. But I am trying to learn it. I don't remember what moves comes next here. I think we need to wait to see when they castle. I'll do that. Welcome. Thank you for the resub. 32 months. Thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. Welcome back to the tournament stat. Umineko inspiration for wanting to learn it, or do I want to learn it for other means? I don't quite know. I've always been interested in it, but I think Umineko kind of reignited me wanting to learn it. Here. Seems good. Seems goodish. I don't remember if this is the square I'm supposed to be trying to attack. If they want to trade queens, I'm more than happy to do so. I'm black. And then... it'd be better. If I go here, take, take. Alternatively, here, take, take. I like the first one better. Oh, that also worked. That's way better for me. That is like the absolute... they thought I was going to take with the bishop, I guess. I think it's funny. You see a lot of like chess streamers and such. They make these like pre-moves. They make a lot of pre-moves, right? Where... because like they obviously know what's going to happen. So a lot of times you'll see like chess streamers make a pre-move. And the pre-move, you know, works out. But I think people want to very badly be quick at chess more than anything. And I think that's what gets most people in like losing situations. I will happily trade this when I'm up 4. And then I'll just bring rook over. I need to start sending my pawns up is what I need to do. Here, here. Here. Alternatively here. Makes him move for no reason. I like this. Kind of blocks this dude off, but I feel like we're going to get this opened up pretty soon. Oh. Well, that was a little unexpected. Over here is quite weak for my... I think I need to just start attacking up this line. Yeah, this has been giga exposed for like infinite. So maybe we should unexpose that. They want to be quick because they're timed, even if they have plenty. That is absolutely the truth, huh? Let's see. Oh, I could have just taken this beforehand. I missed that. I don't think that's a good move. Okay, they're still in it. You know what? More power to them. I actually can probably go for a win fairly soon. Take. Do I wanna... let's throw a check first. No, let's take first while it's open. I mean, yeah. Okay, you know what? I didn't see that one. That's on me. Need to go that ham, but it could just get the rooks off the board. You know what? I'm down. I'm down to get the rooks off the board. Don't quite know if my opponent... I think my opponent is playing too fast. Definitely something you see in a lot of games, fighting games included, is the concept of somebody who simply plays too fast. will just make a line that can make me a queen. That is protected by the rook. And then how do we end this quickly? And again, there's really no need to end things quickly in a game like chess. One of the really easy ways to win the game is to make 2 queen. Oh! Maybe I'm trying to just make the game a stalemate. I could have thought longer about that one, but I know it's it was a stalemate. The king had no legal moves. I didn't catch that my higher queen prevented it from moving to the right. I thought it would be able to move to the right. My higher queen was preventing it from doing that, and so they had no legal moves, so it's a draw. You have to just you have to make sure, like, the easier way is to just always make sure you're checking them. Playing too quickly after admonishing them for the same. So true. That's... Oh, me sowing? Oh, yes. This is amazing. Please, more. Me reaping? What the hell? This is unfair. Technically speaking, if you are in a totally lost position, you should play in such a way that, like, makes your opponent... that gives your opponent the opportunity to accidentally stalemate you. Alright, it's time. Are we ready? I'm not ready. I couldn't possibly be ready. I'm not ready. Here we go. Time to cry. Ava had broken the magic circle around the key beforehand, after all. By the time Battler and Angie reached it, it was falling apart like the sand in an hourglass. They tried punching and kicking it to make it break faster, but nothing they did hastened the process. It looks like she broke it a while ago, but it'll probably take some time before it's gone. Just a bit longer, I think. If we could just buy time for 5 more minutes. Judging by the speed the magic circles were crumbling and the general appearance of the whole scene, it looked like it would be over soon. Can I throw Spanish at you? I can throw Spanish at you, but what else? Italian? I mean, I really only speak English. Speaking of that, I didn't even try to read what you put earlier. Tu sei una familia e la familia si siempre a vicenda. Something one family... The family... family? I can't speak anything. However, right now, could even 5 minutes be considered soon? They turned around. Beyond the bookshelf ravine was a universe. Even for Battler, who had seen Beato's fights many times over, the battle between Lambda Delta and Baron Castell was so mind-defying that he couldn't think of a single word to describe it. Oh, shit. You are family, and family always supports each other? Oh, well, thank you. And he finally managed to find a word. It was a universe. Each time a battle between Lambda Delta and Baron Castell unfolded, a universe was created between the pair of them. Big bangs would take place, universes would be created, galaxies beyond number would be born and erased. Born and erased. Then, just when it seemed that a big crunch had occurred, and the universe had met its demise, there would be another big bang, and another universe would be created. It was like watching gods playing. The two witches created and destroyed worlds over and over again, almost as though two creators were fighting to prove that their universe was the right one. If you let your guard down in the slightest, then just watching this would steal your soul. That's how it felt. We'll be able to get the key back any second now. Then, it'll be possible to go back to the Golden Land with the fragment Lambda Delta gave us, right? Go back as soon as you get the key. I can't leave Lambda Delta on her own. You're gonna jump into that fight? I can't leave her on her own. The fight may defy common sense. However, they're perfectly and evenly matched. So, if anyone jumps in, even a single weak human like me, something might break. A perfect balance maintained by two great powers can easily break by adding even a little strength to one side. However, actually rushing in there to add that little bit of strength would be literally suicidal. Like a moth flying to a furnace. It might burn up before it even reaches it. Once you get the key, go straight back to the Golden Land. We don't know how long they can hold out, remember? I can't go back alone. Not when everyone's fighting. That's right. This is your fight. So, fight. I know you regret not dying with everyone else, but you've got to overcome that feeling and live in the future. That's what you decided to do, right? Angie had no words to respond with. Her brother and everyone else would probably die. So she wanted to die in the same place and the same time as everyone else. However, that could not be allowed, and she mustn't wish for it. She had already made up her mind. She had sworn to live in the future, without turning back, to look at everyone's deaths. When you get back to the Golden Land, show that key to Beato. Beato will show you the two doors. Then, she'll give you an easy puzzle and tell you to open one of them. That's the last game on my game board. Two doors? One of the two? One will lead you to the future. Don't worry. I'm sure you won't choose the wrong one now. Also, once you go through it, don't turn back until the door closes. Why can't I turn back? When the door closes, you won't be able to see our fate anymore. In other words, we'll be shut inside the cat box. A fate inside a cat box has endless truths. That's right. We might have lost pathetically, or we might have made a miraculous comeback and survived. In other words, if you, the Witch of the Future, are sent into the future without witnessing the end of our conflict, we'll still have a chance at victory. However, if you keep on looking at us, you'll see when we get annihilated. That'll put the odds of our defeat to 100%. So give us a miraculous victory. You must not turn back once you go through that door. Got it? Yeah. So I'll go and help Lambda Delta. If you go back to the Golden Land after seeing me walk off like a hero, that's how my story will end for you. The end of your battle will be sealed in the cat box? So, you certainly won't lose. Exactly. So don't look back. You'll have the key soon. You've got to go back to the Golden Land like your life depended on it. So, real quick, I have one message for the you of the future. Don't forget, and engrave it into your heart. Okay. No matter what happens, never abandon the hopes that keep you alive. All of us are always behind you. If you just believe, we can even speak to you. Believe it. If one thing is certain, it's that miracles happen when you believe. At that moment, Lambda Delta and Bern Castell were wrapped in a massive explosion. Surely one of them had delivered a powerful blow. There was no further explosions, so that strike must have decided the match. When the smoke clears, who will be left standing? The magical circle sealing the key still needed several minutes to dissolve. Are you still there? My beloved Lambda Delta? All that came into sight was Bern Castell. There was no answering voice from Lambda Delta. If this was a sign of her victory, it did not cause Bern Castell's expression to grow any brighter. Too bad, Lambda. And I thought we'd be able to build a universe together. Too bad. Really, too bad. Bernkastel was still focusing all her nerves on the battle. So she took no notice of Battler and Angie by the key. However, she would probably notice soon, and then there would be nowhere to run. The last section of the magic circle was starting to fade away. However, almost cruelly, the final circle went slower than the rest. Seeing that, any hopes that it would dissolve in a minute, or maybe a few dozen seconds, were crushed absolutely. Battler readied himself. Well, this fight probably won't work out well as well as the last one, but it looks like I'm up now. Oni-chan. You're great, Angie. I'm proud that you didn't try to stop me. With tears still pouring down her face, Angie lovingly rubbed her cheek against the hand that had been patting her head. I've got to gather the kitties again. I thought Battler would be with her, but I don't see him for some reason. After all, one guy like him would be about as annoying as a pebble in my shoe. The smoke cleared completely, and they saw a huge cloud of candy bits floating around, like it was Lambda Delta's corpse. A star-shaped cookie bounced off Bernkastel's head. It was missing one of its points, giving it a lonely feeling. Lambda Delta, live with me. We'll become a single universe, with you inside me. Bernkastel chewed the cookie and swallowed it. This way, we'll always be together. I love you, Lambda. She can't die. Me too, Bern. Bernkastel's stomach suddenly swelled like a balloon. Oh my god. The bolt rose from her stomach to her throat, then exploded like a firework from her mouth. From Bernkastel's mouth spewed fireworks, sparks, and fragments of candy. You really should fix those habits you've had since you were a cat. Here's a hint. If you find a piece of candy laying on the ground, don't pick it up and eat it. Lambda. Bernkastel doubled over even more, still spitting up an exploding firework. The birth of a small universe from that sweet had hit her directly from the inside of her stomach. Even Bernkastel could not withstand that. As Bernkastel repeatedly vomited fireworks so violently that it seemed her guts would spill out, her body flickered in and out of existence, and she glared at Lambda Delta with a terrifying expression. Yeah, this is great, actually. Her body was flickering because she had taken so much damage that even maintaining her form was now difficult. How slovenly, Bern. Your body's falling apart. I sort of felt like losing for a bit, but I changed my mind. If I became a single universe with you, you wouldn't whisper to me of your love anymore. That's true. I'm not the type to give food to a fish I've already caught. I know. That's why you shine so beautifully. You'll lead someone on, but never actually dote on them, just like a proud queen of cats. I'll turn you into a cardboard box and make you my scratching post. And I'll make you a shamisen. Get bored after plucking one string, then put you in a cupboard and let the dust pile up on you. The goat tsunami had swallowed up everything, but sea spray was still flying about. The reefs resisted the ocean that was trying to cover them. They were smashing waves left and right. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the Inquisitors of Heresy specialized in close-range combat and were rapidly building a mountain of corpses. The witches fought hard too, but they would have preferred to fight at a distance if they could. Illusions alone would not be enough. In these battle conditions, all of the humans were thrust right into the center of the fight. Everyone in the Ushirumiya family displayed a fighting spirit equal to the witches and guarded their backs. Even humans are not powerless. They have guns. If goats supported fantasy, they could use these as the ultimate anti-magic weapons. If the goats supported mystery, they could use these in a much more obvious way. These 45 long Colt bullets delivered fatal wounds to each and every goat they struck. Just die already. How long are you going to resist? Give it up and sink, Ushiromiyas. Kinzo, when Kinzo has that face on, whatever comes out of his mouth is gold. Telling an Ushirumiya to sink makes him fight all the harder. Little girl, you have no idea what the Ushirumiya family is. You were dead before 1986, weren't you? It's about time you stopped moving, Grandpa. Erika's razor-sharp scythe buried itself in Kinzo's chest. It dug straight into his heart, but the daring smile on Kinzo's face didn't even falter. Oh, was my death ever witnessed by anyone outside the cat box? I am indestructible. Indestructible. A punch containing the entirety of Kinzo's last spark of life sent Erika flying. Father, are you okay? Overcome my corpse. The Ushirimiya family never turns back. As Erika tried to deliver the finishing blow, Kraus stepped in between them, blocking the way. I will be your opponent in Father's place. Oh, if it isn't the incompetent investing expert. It's pretty impressive how you managed to find all the worst bets, losing your money so quickly. And yet, even I remember to tie my shoes. Huh? Erika tried to look down at her feet, but what she saw was Kraus's left fist. You see Looney Tunes there. Kraus's left uppercut made Erika float in the air. Not by magic, but by the simple laws of physics. For an instant, Erika saw the moon. Maybe I was incompetent as an investor. However, any of my college friends will attest to my talent as a boxer. I will not allow you to discredit every part of the Ushirimiya family, little girl. You small fry. Canon is an illusion created by a lonely Jessica. At the school festival, I introduced Canon to everyone. Saku and Hina and everyone else. All of my friends can testify to that. Don't make assumptions about our relationship based on your own imagination. Jessica's body blow made the goat's massive body cave in. Splendidly done, milady. To think that you could wield such power in a tight spot like this. Well, of course. After all, I'm thinking I don't really care if I die. This is the first time we've worked together, with you at my back. Too bad it isn't cutting the cake. Cute. She looked more relaxed than she had on stage at the school festival. We have plenty to cut here besides cake. You always try to sound so cool. But that's what I like about you. The massive bodies that rushed at them, trying to deny their relationship and their very existence, had two choices: be sliced or be struck. Each time one of those bodies hit the floor, it became proof that the two of them existed. Shannon is an illusion. George is an antisocial shut-in. Their love itself is an illusion and doesn't exist. George, look out! The goat's log-sized fist buried itself in George's face. This was the middle of a massive, confused battle. There was no way to dodge an unexpected attack like that. An antisocial shut-in, huh? Very well. Say what you wish about me. George had indeed been hit with a fist right to the center of his face. However, he didn't bend over backwards, not even an inch. The goat started to wonder what was he had hit. Hadn't he punched a human made of flesh? It was as though he had slammed his fist into a steel wall, and that it was his fist that was hurting. However, the goat was too scared to move his fist from George's face. After all, if he did, the expression on that face would probably be too terrifying. George pressed his hand against that fist. You probably could get testimony from my old classmates from school. Yes, I was an antisocial person. However, there's one more thing that they'll tell you. Something far more important. George was only grabbing the goat's massive fist in his tiny hand. However, that fist was being crushed as though it had a vise around it. Even though the other hand was tiny, the goat couldn't even move its fist. Ushirimiya George never fought for himself, no matter what happened to him. He was a coward who ran away from all threats. Everyone will tell you that. However, they won't tell you that he never got into a fight. I accepted the fact that someone as pathetic as me would be bullied. However, never have I let anyone provoke or challenge anyone who treated someone as pathetic as me like a friend. Aw. The goat's broken teeth flew through the air. George's furious feet split the heavens. Shannon approached George for his money, and the goat's filthy finger touched Shannon's back. That finger exploded and boiled away. My love for George is true and pure. George must have kept all the letters I wrote him. Read those, and you'll have your proof. You can write anything in a letter. The contents of a letter are no proof of true love. A blazing red light charred the goat's entire body. Shannon slowly turned around, her face full of rage and contempt. Pitiful spectator, ignorant of love. Spectator, excuse me. You have no right to read a mystery, much less a person's heart. Disappear. An absolute barrier rose up around Shannon, burning up the goats around her with its flames. Yeah, maybe we are dead, but that doesn't give anyone the right to criticize us. No one can deny the love Maria and Mama shared. Maria smiled, showing her teeth, and performed her job without even looking at her hands. Then she tossed fully loaded rifle straight up into the air. Oh, this is hard. Come and get some. Rosa, who'd stood back to back with Maria, caught it without turning around. No, that wasn't all. Maria had passed the gun to her mother perfectly without even looking back. Rosa's head was pointed at the ground, and she stroked the frigid trigger with her index finger. If any of you doubt my love for my daughter, step forward. The crowd of goats, cowed by Rosa's ferocity, didn't get any closer to her. Then I'll deny it. Being the serial cheater that you are always playing around with some man and leaving Maria all alone. Nothing like that is written anywhere in Maria's diary. You should know better than anyone else. Rosa didn't love you. She was a crappy mother who regretted even giving birth to you. Erica was peering at an unfeeling moon, taste of metal in her mouth. For a moment, she didn't realize what was happening. Oh, was that cold feeling on her back the ground? Huh? Why am I lying down? And it wasn't the moon full? Why isn't it now? Come to think of it, my teeth... Oh, she lost half her face. There's something cold and hard there. Then she figured it out. She was lying sprawled on the ground with a gun barrel shoved into her mouth. And the thing splitting the moon was the angry king of wolves protecting its child. The gun barrel exploded inside her mouth, shattering her medulla oblongata. It was one of the rawest in the manga. I can't wait to read the manga. It's like the first thing I'm gonna do after I finish all this. But it was only her after image. What a terrifying woman you are. Are you really human? Erica, who had escaped death at the last moment by leaving an after image, found a metallic flash right before her eyes, which had been there even before she reappeared. The fountain pen went right through Erica's eye, crushing it. Of course, that was another after image. However, when Erica escaped and reappeared somewhere else, a heel was already there waiting for her. From the goat's perspective, several after images of Erica seemed to be appearing at once, all of which were pierced by Rosa at the same time. If you say that again, I'll have to get serious. Mama's really strong. What the hell? And so Erica couldn't reappear anymore. At the very least, not within Rosa's range of attack. She's out of chakra. Erica put a lot of distance between her and Rosa, reappearing in midair. What are these people? What the hell? Erica's animal instincts made her turn her head slightly to the side just in time. Where her head used to be, there was an odd shower of sparks. It wasn't magic. It was a real physical phenomenon caused by lead smashing against lead. To think that two bullets shot from different angles could have flown with impossible precision at where her head once was, so that both of them hit and bounced off each other like billiard balls. Ah, so close. Sorry about that. We're big fans of the whole take out the boss first strategy. Goats. That's why they're goats. Clay pigeons are our specialty. Flying along in a straight line probably is not a good idea. The two of them spun their rifles in exactly the same way at exactly the same time, reloading them in a manner that put old westerns to shame. Then pointed them back up where Erica was in the sky. You monsters! Once again, their accurate shots plunged through the forehead of Erica's afterimage, bounced off each other like billiard balls with a shower of sparks. This time, Erica appeared far behind them. She had to admit it. She had been forced to escape to a place outside the range of those guns fired by humans. Then, the light from the moon was blocked. The place she had fled to rapidly exploded, sending chunks of rubbish flying. A massive longsword had been plunged into the ground. It was Delanor's. Oh, Delanor's coming after Erica? Oh, if it isn't my old friend. She had dodged by a hair, but this bulky, brutal longsword was more of a cannonball shaped like a sword than something for cutting. Even though she dodged it, the blast of air pressure made her eardrums throb. Delanor was serious. She seriously intended to smash Erica to bits. What's with that scary face? Can't you try to act a bit, I don't know, cuter? Do you find this enjoyable? Destroying people's dreams and illusions? Of course it's enjoyable. I knew she was gonna say it. I knew she was gonna say it. You are an evildoer, and yet I used to believe you were the sort of evil worthy of sympathy. I never asked for your sympathy. Not cutting you down immediately upon our meeting. That sin of mine is what brought this day to pass. Delanor's hair bristled with rage. The sight of this expression on one of her old friends pinned Erica on the spot. My friend, allow me to free you before you can suffer. I will not let you bear any further sins. Whoa. Damn. Force of anger that welled from Delanor's whole body struck Erica. Or rather, the swirl of blasting wind from Delanor's massive longsword had sent her flying. Oh. The cannonball with a blade repeatedly cracked the ground just after Erica leapt away. So, it almost looked as though Erica was jumping backwards, smashing the earth beneath her with each jump. Delanor. Friend of mine, rest in peace. The great longsword split the air again, pulverizing the ground. However, this time, Erica was nowhere to be seen. Where did she escape to? Erica had broken the barrier of the Golden Land, landing on a ship whose bow was barely in sight. Practically speaking, she had run away. Fully aware of this, Erica howled, her face contorted with humiliation. Her shoulders heaved with her breathing, and she even forgot to fix her hair. The scythe fell from her hand and landed with a clank to the floor. That sound brought her back to her senses. Stupid goats! What are you standing around staring for? Open gun ports. Load concept negation explosive rounds. Disregard aiming procedures and just fire! The warships that had flown into the Golden Land had opened their gun ports one after another, and then they all fired at once in scattered mess of cannonballs. The hundreds of explosive rounds they fired would negate the concept of any thing or person they touched, smashing them into little bits and setting them ablaze with flames. The battlefield full of writhing goats became a fiery hell. A cannonball smashed the arbor. The once beautiful garden maze was burned down bit by bit, and the fleeing gold butterflies were wrapped in flames, burning into nothingness like little scraps of paper. This was no longer a battlefield where two sides fought for victory. It was just a confused, hellish pot of boiling water. The Golden Land was being torn apart. The once beautiful rose garden was filled with explosive craters, and its rose petals were scattered about without pity. There were flying bits of flesh, blood, fangs, jaws, shrieks, and half-crazed screams. And even amidst the hellish swirl, the goats and the dead continued to fight. As seen from atop the boats, this was hell, without a doubt. All ships, drop anchor. When Erica yelled, the goats in the boats ran around frantically, and one by one, massive anchors hanging by chains were thrown from the ship's bows down into the earth below. These anchors smashed through not only the ground, but the bottom of the Golden Land itself, digging in with their wedge-shaped tips.
Erika!
Oh, Beto. Oh, Beatrice-san. This battle's so huge, it had me worried. I thought I might not be able to find you before the whole thing ended. Beatrice landed on the front tip of the warship, facing off against Erica, who stood on the bow. You will not be forgiven. I'll finish you myself right here. Beto jabbed with her pipe. It transformed into a beautifully intricate golden longsword. Very well. That's just what I had hoped for. Let's settle this. Erica threw her scythe up into the air. When it returned to her hand, it had become a sword similar to Beto's. The nearby goats crowded around Erica, trying to support her. You all stay out of this. All of you need to start lifting the anchors. Tear up the golden land by its roots. Aye, aye, sir. The goats bowed and rushed to their posts. Gemstar, thank you for the follow. Hi, hi. Hope you've been well. Welcome to the Challengers. Appreciate the follow. You're doing well. Several dozen ships had lowered their anchors, digging into the base of the Golden Land. Soon, they were going to try and pull them up, tearing the Golden Land to pieces. Come, Erika. I'll give you the honor of my final duel. Do you like Umineko? Have you read Umineko? Because we are literally at the very, 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 like, last hour or two of the game. So we are at the very end. Beato raised her sword, bowed in the ancient fashion, and waited for her opponent. Hi, Reith. Welcome. Erika kicked off her shoes violently and slowly walked up to the tip of the boat barefoot. Then, in accordance with Beato's rules, she bowed back. It was a duel on the prow of the ship that pierced the sky. Below, the crowd of goats was being blasted away by the indiscriminate cannonballs, burned up and crushed in the panorama of this world's end. By now, it would be stupid to wonder whether anyone from the Ushiromiya family was still alright. Yes, it truly was the end of this world. The end of the Golden Land. You reading without messing up is quite impressive. It's hard, yeah. I definitely stumble a lot, especially when I'm tired. But yeah, I like reading. I like reading aloud. I used to do it a lot in my youth. Ground to dust, filled with flames. The golden rose garden was burning spectacularly, with bits of fire and golden splashes flying about. The ground creaked as fissures ran through to the base of the Golden Land. All of the ships started piling up their anchors at once. Pulling up, excuse me. See, there we go, I messed up. Crowds of mighty goats used all of their monstrous strength to lift them. The anchors that dug into the Golden Land's base spread cracks throughout the entire Golden Land. Not just the ground, but the air itself was filled with cracks, and shards of gold fell down everywhere. The Golden Land's end was adorned with the flames of hell and streaking gold fragments, with fiery red and ephemeral gold. Atop the boat's prow, Beato and Erika looked down on this, their swords crossed and sparks flying between them. Now, there's one hell of a sight to see. Don't you think it's fitting? The perfect final chapter for your tale. The Golden Land may meet its end. I may perish as well. However, no one can erase the fact that we were here. That's sick. I love that. Angie reached the answer. The Witch of the Future has a mission and hope, and will soon set off on a new journey. We have already succeeded. Too bad for you. This battle ends with our victory. This was the duel between the master of the illusion called the Golden Land and the witch who controlled truth. The earth split behind them. The Golden Land was torn up. The cat box known as the Golden Land was ripped apart, and the nothingness below peeked out through the cracks. The scrambling crowd of goats fell through the gaps and were swallowed by the sea of nothingness. Beato's friends were among them. They helped each other, lent a hand to each other, unwilling to sacrifice anyone until the final moment. Still, what a romantic and fragile illusion is the end of the world. The ground shattered and sank. It fell apart into the ocean of nothingness. None could survive. None could be saved. This was destruction. As the comrades in arms fell into the sea of nothingness, they looked up one last time and prayed. They prayed that the master of the Golden Land would leave proof that the Golden Land had indeed existed. However, Beato did not look down on them. They wouldn't have wanted her to. This is our Golden Land. I am the endless and golden witch Beatrice, and I am here. We may fall, but we will not be defeated. You shall become living proof. I'll carve that proof of our existence into your chest. So long, Beatrice. This marks the end of that stupid, endless game. Fall into hell, you illusion. Oh boy. Lambda Delta and Baron Castell's fight to the death had passed through its phase as a dynamic clash of fireworks, and was now a clash that was quiet and motionless. Those two witches, who possess power on an entirely different level, may have been truly equal in strength. This battle can only be resolved by mutual consent, if one of them lost interest or found some reason for wanting to lose. Since both were putting their all into the fight without yielding one bit, they were absolutely and completely equal. So nervous. Lambda Delta, I'm glad to have you as a friend. Damn, just a bit longer. Just fall apart already, you damn magic circle. Battler got irritated and punched the magic circle, but there was nothing he could do except continue to watch over it. After all, the only way to dissolve it was by waiting. However, the pair of them still felt relief, if only a little. Lambda Delta really was strong. Even in a battle this spectacular, she fought on an even footing. No. If you considered how confident each side looked, she seemed to have a slight advantage in Battler's eyes. She would probably manage to buy them enough time. Angie would take the key and return to the Golden Land. They just had to endure a bit longer. However, they had no way of knowing what Lambda Delta's fate would be after this. She had disobeyed the Senate, the highest level witches in existence. Something brutal probably awaited her. However, even knowing this, Angie had to step forward into the future without looking back. That was the single duty given to her, the Witch of the Future. Oni-chan, what's that? Something's coming towards us from a long way away. Crap. Are those enemy reinforcements? Lambda Delta and Burn Castell were glaring at each other, so they didn't notice. Heading towards them from the distance were several emerald green glints. That light proved that they were enemies. But there's only a few of them. They won't be a match for Lambda Delta. All the cats so far seem like fish in a school, giving the impression that they'd be terrifying as a group, but not much of a problem by themselves. However, there was something different about the lights approaching them now. They were approaching in a beautiful, ordered formation, almost like a constellation. Battler quickly realized that this was something new. Oh, my Miko. Isn't it about time to prepare the key? Heatherine. Just by her tone, Battler was able to tell how great a witch this was. The black cats that surrounded her in a graceful and systematic constellation were all wearing large capes with elegant designs. It looked as though great overlords from many worlds had been transformed into cats, leaving only their capes untouched. What Battler imagined was quite true. That was exactly what had happened. These were the overlords from many worlds that formed Featherine's personal guard. Their bodies took the form of cats merely as a sign of respect to their master, who took the form of a human. These were entirely different from the pack of wild cats that served Berncastel. Aurora. Oh, is it that time already? When holding a party, it's important to keep your guests waiting for the fitting amount of time. It is, however, not something I am particularly fond of. As she said this, her eyes flicked to Lambda Delta. The latter bowed hurriedly. Though Lambda Delta grinned, she was also sweating, her brow furrowed with tension. How long has it been, Lady Lambda Delta? It's a pleasure to see you, great Lady Aurora. This is no place to entertain one of your position. Did you get lost on the way to the party? If so, allow me to guide you there myself. Threatening aura. That would be an honor, great Lady Aurora. Featherine Augustus Aurora, the legendary Great Witch. It is said that she surpassed the level of witches, becoming a creator, and that upon reaching this forbidden plane, she was cursed with a deadly ailment. Oh. Wait. I think I know what's coming. If Angie is Aurora and is creating this whole world, that would actually be one of the few times I would take an "it was all a dream" ending and accept it. However, in life, she once turned her pet cat into a witch. They say that the second witch wanders the sea of fragments endlessly, searching for any fragment that can revive her master from the pits of death called boredom, if only for a moment. Because at the beginning of, or a few chapters ago, we were seen from the perspective of Hachijo Toya, whose cat's name was Burn. Hachijo Toya. Is Hachijo Toya Angie? And so the cat revived her master, revived the sacred witch which had reached heights none should reach. And is it not boredom, but forgetting? Just as witches can look down and mock humans from a higher world, calling them pieces on a game board, she looks down and mocks the realm of witches from an even higher world, calling them pieces on her game board. If a witch's strength is measured by the height of the world they are capable of reaching, then she was like a witch come back from the realm of the gods, one who had touched the highest, forbidden heights and survived. Was there really any chance of winning against her? No. Lambda Delta was unable to choose either victory or defeat by her own will. My Miko, would you mind playing with your friends some other time? And getting back to work now? Prepare the key. Okay. The simple, naive way cats forget their errand partway is their true charm. Don't you think so, Lady Lambda Delta? Lambda Delta didn't say anything but hung her head low. From this position, it seemed that the key's seal would dissolve at any second. However, Baron Castell would probably find Battler and Angie before that. Once they got their hands on the key, they could leave this place immediately. Of course, this was assuming that they did so before Baron Castell and Featherine found them. Baron Castell mustn't be allowed to move from this spot. Looks like this is game over, Lambda. I am the Miko of the Great Witch Aurora. You haven't... Oh, she said her name right. You haven't forgotten that the Witch of Theater-going bestows her protection upon Reader Mikos, have you? Lambda Delta still stood slumped over, without answering. The Witch of Theater-going gave protection to her Reader Mikos. If Lambda Delta attacked Baron Castell, who was Aurora's Miko, then the Great Witch Aurora would follow her contract, prevent what she considered an attack against herself, and respond accordingly. Let's make a deal. What kind of deal? Where is Battler hiding? If you come clean, we'll let all of this slide. Is the Witch of Miracles afraid of a tiny little piece like Battler? It's because I'm the Witch of Miracles. I'll never forget that even a little pebble like him is capable of creating a miracle. After all, there's a little pebble who got super promoted into a Witch of Miracles. I'll ask one more time. Where is Battler? Too bad, Lambda. It looks like that's your answer. Baron Castell turned her back on Lambda Delta. Then she told her master that she was leaving to prepare the key, and she started swimming towards the key room. If I let her go any further, she'll find Battler and Angie. Battler readied himself. This time, it was his turn to become a sacrifice. Even though he was nothing more than a single pebble, he could still put out an eye. That line goes hard, too. A candy firework exploded right in front of Baron Castell. Oh, wow, she's going for it. Lambda, you really are a moron. Lambda! Now I've done it. Battler, Angie. The rest is up to you. The cat overlords changed their form, becoming a ferocious constellation that surrounded Featherine. Then each drew the most terrifying of magical circles from their respective worlds, and began to chant. I am slightly confused. Both you, my Miko, and Lady Lambda Delta. What sort of sideshow is this? It looks like Lambda wants to stop me from going to get the key. Oh. And what would the point of that be, I wonder? If you still don't get the point, then you must be getting a bit tipsy, Featherine. Looks like you need a pick-me-up. Lambda Delta bluffed as well as she could. Her fingertips were shaking slightly. An attack against a Miko is considered to be an attack against her master. You should know this as well as anyone, correct? I know it. Going by that rule, it looks like the two of us are gonna have to fight. Oh. Have I or my Miko caused an insult in any way? If so, then please accept my apologies. But could you tell me one thing? I didn't think you had a Miko at the moment. How long have you had one? As for that, I've got a ton of them already. 30 or 40, I think. Maybe even more. I, Lambda Delta, will handle any fight picked against one of my Mikos, no matter who the opponent is. All of them are certain that a happy ending will come. As the Witch of Certainty, I can't abandon people who work hard and believe with certainty like that. That's sweet. I can't say I dislike this tale of yours. It would be worthy of my viewing. However, I am not a spectator at the moment, but a performer. I know that you are my Miko's close friend, so I will give you one warning. Remove yourself from this stage. I will prepare a special seat for you in my audience seating. I've been thinking about which one's more interesting. Your tale or the one I've been watching. And what is your conclusion? Battler's Tale is 100 times better. Sorry, but I'll be getting Best Supporting Actress this year. Hey, you guys. You'd better vote for me in the last character popularity contest. At least get me in the top 5, got it? Who are you talking to? As Lambda Delta pretended to joke around, she calmly focused on one weak point she could see. She had a chance for a single attack, then a 1 in a billion shot at victory existed. It was that horseshoe-shaped memory device floating around Featherine's head. Memory device? Without that, she couldn't preserve her own existence. Destroying it was impossible, but if Lambda Delta could just jar it enough, she might be able to make it bug out. At least once in the past, Featherine's memory device had been damaged, and her personality and appearance had changed. Dude, Angie is Featherine. However, she was aware of that herself, and probably wouldn't let that happen again, no matter what. Very well, Lady Lambda Delta. When you finish your script, feel free to send it whenever you wish. The script is simple. Just one line. The fantastic, cute Lambda Delta-sama took out the evil mastermind Aoaurora in a single shot. Foolish Lambda. I never realized how stupid you really were. The cats need not interfere. I will personally reward Lady Lambda Delta for the courageous tale she has submitted. You will be granted a fitting tale and a fitting ending for your bravery. She did get the top 5. Let's go. She's in my top 5 as well, I think. I've really, really, really come to like Lambda Delta. I think she was in my top 3 in the last one. Yeah, she's great. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. Forgive me, but... Megalopolis reference? Time stop? Then the world time stopped. Your script will not be used. After all, rather than time stopping, it was more like the flipping pages of a book had stopped. In this motionless world, closely packed letters appeared. The one writing the rest of the script is me. It was a tale that had been written up to this very moment. Featherine Augustus Aurora. Lambda Delta summoned magical power from her whole body and raised it in a mass above her head. That was where the paragraph ended. In this frozen world, Featherine sat with her arms crossed. How troublesome. It's been so long since I've written a fight scene. How annoying to have to suddenly write up a development like this out of the blue. When I get stuck writing, I try to write in reverse. In other words, instead of starting at the beginning, I start at the end and go backwards from there. That way it's easier to set up foreshadowing, and I can write the story with my vision of the end in mind. The only downside is that I have to suddenly start at the climax without setting up the story first. In the meantime, I'll start at the end of the fight and go back from there. Lady Lambda Delta. This is where you lose to me and die. As Featherine said this, words were added to the massive group of letters that filled the frozen world. However, she was starting from the end, so there was a large gap between the new worlds and the old one. Oh fuck, you're at peak? Yeah, this is sick. She's crawled from the bottom. Yeah, like Lambda Delta, I don't know. I love this character. I never thought I would. Nazi got 6th? That's kind of sick. I mean, it has to be like Beatrice, Battler, 1, 2. Probably. I don't know. We're doing a tier list at the end. You already know. However, she was starting from the end, so there was a large gap between the new world and the old one. Words in the old ones. So, how will you lose to me? You should probably have a heroic end to suit your bravery. How about this? Lambda Delta gets blasted away by something, slammed against the bookshelf, and her limbs are snapped off as she dies and disappears into the darkness below. Yes, quite a flashy way to go. Good. For now, that's how your final moments will be. Beato, Battler, Lambda, Erica, and... Erica?! I mean, she was really good in this part, I won't deny, but... Damn, people love an Erica for... like, I can't. Catch me loving a rat, and you will find an imposter. The blanks in the outline Featherine spoke of were being filled up. At the same time, Lambda Delta's figure was wiped out. After crossing her arms and thinking again, Featherine pointed in a random direction. She is very entertaining. She's a great villain. Like, everyone loves a good villain, right? Lambda Delta appeared, blasted away by something, and slammed, spread-eagled against the bookshelf Feathering had pointed at. Well now, I must write up the fierce battle that leads to this end. But as you can probably tell, I'm a little tipsy at the moment. I'll fill that part in later, when I have some time to go over it nice and slowly. For now, let me off with this. I promise to add in a heroic fight to your liking later on. That's such a cool concept. I need this tech in like fighting games and card games. Start at the end and work backwards. Start with your life bar at 0 and work backwards. Feathering snapped her fingers. Lambda Delta had no idea what was going on. Before she could even blink, she was suddenly here, being slammed against the bookshelf. What is this? She couldn't comprehend the something that Feathering had killed her with. However, that was only natural. After all, Feathering herself hadn't even decided what that something was. However, Lambda Delta did understand one thing. He was already dead. Streams of blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. Then lines of blood appeared on her wrists and ankles, her elbows and knees. She looked like a marionette doll of herself. What killed me? Precisely, Lady Lambda Delta. Let me know if you have any good ideas. Oh, that's hard. That's so sick. You monster. Still pinned against the bookshelf, Lambda Delta let her head slump. Her wrists, ankles, legs, arms, and neck each split into a separate part, and the marionette, shaped like her, lost its strings, falling into pieces of the depths below. That's my coke. Yeah. I wasn't feeling her at first, but I like her role. And I think there's definitely more to her. With that little scene of kind of foreshadowing or hinting that Hachijo Toya, and then there's, I think it's Hachijo Ikuko, but Ikuko looks like Feathering, and then Toya, we don't actually see what she looks like. I think there's going to be something bomb dropping for that. Nothing remained. It was all swallowed up by the darkness beneath them. A monster, she says. Quite a compliment for one such as I. Lambda Delta. Angie, don't look. You can't look. Shedding frustrated tears, Angie closed her eyes tight. You must not look. Need to get to that level? Seriously. The witch Featherine must not accept Lambda Delta's defeat. She hasn't kicked it yet. She was brave, and that's all we need to know. I know Lambda Delta would never lose. Pop. At that moment, there was a slight sound, and the golden key that hung in the air shook. Ooh, banger track. The seal had finally broken. Battler grabbed at it immediately. However, at exactly the same moment, a magical tremor spread through the vast key room. What? The tremor seemed to have shaken something inside my pocket. I stuck my hand in and found the fragment Lambda Delta had given us to return to the Golden Land had shattered. Damn. Lambda Delta's fragments. You were so close, too. Now that there's nowhere to run. Berncastel. If Lambda had been a little cleverer, she probably would have bought you 5 more seconds. Then you would have taken that key and escaped to the Golden Land. Looks like the Miko suffers too when their master's a fool. Oh. Feathering quietly showed her surprise. To truly surprise her was no easy task. The Witch of Miracles, who boasted that no one could even step on her shadow unless she wished it, fell. After taking Battler's right fist to her face. Oh. Berncastel's body immediately split into dust and reconstructed itself in front of Battler. As though nothing had happened. He just punched her in the face. However, she was holding her cheek. She couldn't undo the fact that she had been hit. For the first time in 100 years, she had let someone tread on her shadow without her consent. Her face was gradually filled with shock. And Battler's? It couldn't be seen. His outstretched right arm was blocking it, so his expression couldn't be seen. What? Take it back. Take what back? She didn't let the next strike hit her. Berncastel vanished like mist and reappeared a short distance away. However, Battler only missed by a hair's breadth. Not because she had intentionally made that happen, but for real. It hurts. It hurts. Ow. Finally, she truly began to feel the pain of being punched in the face. For too many years, she had forgotten the very concept of pain. Very slowly, it was coming back to her. Bernkastel writhed in anguish, holding her cheek. That feeling, forgotten for centuries, seemed to be hitting home hard. Badler looked at her. Their eyes met. Bernkastel remembered the emotion she had forgotten for hundreds of years. Does it hurt? The pain you caused by ridiculing my friend is greater than that. And then she shuddered. What Badler saw before his eyes was Bernkastel shuddering for the first time in centuries. In Bernkastel's eyes, it hadn't even looked like Badler rushing at her and punching. It was as though she had been sucked towards where he stood with his furious fist raised. When her eyes had opened wide in terror, Badler's massive fist had been all that she could see. So true. This is not boring. Of course, he wasn't capable of hitting her. Bernkastel was just like a shadow. She dodged by moving instantly and leaving an afterimage, but mere teleportation wasn't enough to escape from Badler's furious pursuit. True, trying to hit Bernkastel was like enviously trying to hit the reflection of the moon in the water with a stone. No matter how often you hit it, you can never smash the moon's reflection. However, Badler hit it again and again, over and over. To prevent the moon from showing on the water surface again, a fiercely thrown pebble sent ripples across the water's surface. It broke through the moon's reflection, broke through the water's surface itself, leaving even the bottom of the pond bare, breaking through everything. His certain willpower broke through to a miracle. A backwards kick that Badler shot out without even looking behind him split through empty space. In that space, Bernkastel reappeared with a foot in her gut. Ooh, got her. Ugh. Take back your insults against our brave friend. The reed? The Witch of Miracles fell. For the second time, she fell. Once, it would have been a miracle. Things that happen more than once aren't miracles anymore. That's a hard line. Bernkastel understood. Badler was capable of hitting her. Then she fell, was slammed against the floor, got up on her hands and knees and vomited. She threw up violently over and over. Her face was covered with pain and vomit and tears and snot. Then she looked up at Badler with a furious expression and howled. She wasn't howling at Badler. Aurora, your Miko is getting beat up. What are you standing around watching for? Take him out. Forgive me, but I am busy writing Lady Lambda Delta's final moments right now. I cannot come to your aid. Why don't you all give her a hand? Featherine's guard, the cat overlords, now formed a different constellation. Then each drew a magic circle behind and began chanting. Oh? You know what? Each one of these cats is the final form of a main character, each from a game like yours. Every one of them act the main part in a heroic tale, and the story of their bravery was given honor, allowing them to become Aurora's guards. Each one fought for the very existence of their country, their planet, or their universe. What about you? At best, you've just been playing around with your little sister and some imaginary witch. These main characters are on a totally different level from you. Eat this and die. Take it to the gut, scum. Colors. Oni-chan. There are many spectacular magic spells depicted the beginning of a universe, the creation of planets, their destruction, and that universe's end all in an instant. After that, not a speck of dust should have remained. However, when the smoke cleared, there was a person standing there. It stood there with its hands in its pockets and its head hanging quietly. Its face was in shadows and couldn't be seen. Oni-chan? What the hell? Badler seemed to be completely uninjured. He's so sick. I love Badler. Not only were his clothes not burnt, but his hair hadn't even been disturbed. What the hell? Stupid cats, that didn't work at all. The cat overlords silently shook their heads, sending a short report to their master. Endless 9. Oh! What did you say? It seems that no one can interfere with their tale. Forgive me, my Miko. It would appear that the cats have reached their limit. Endless 9. You call yourselves the overlords of many worlds? Weren't you all once main characters on different game boards? And this is the best you can do? You are all pathetic. The cats knew. From the very beginning, they had known that they wouldn't be able to do anything with him as the main character of this game board. My Miko. Creating a tail on the game board is privilege granted only to the game master. That has already been established, so I must respect that rule, being the mere writer that I am. I shall return to my position as a spectator. You're useless, master. Battler, I apologize for the insults your friend suffered at the hands of my Miko. And I see that the right to weave your game belongs to you, the game master. You shall weave your own game. That is as it should be. Huh? However, my Miko is now a game master in your game. It seems the two of you opened the game board at the same time. It is rare to have two masters for a single game, but this miracle pleases me. After all, I can rest assured that this will make for a proper final game for you both. Stand up, Baron Castell. I see. So you're saying that if two game masters are going to fight, they have to do it by the rules of the game? Ha! Why didn't you just say so in the first place? Baron Castell slowly got to her feet and made her body melt away like mist. Then she appeared in the air once again, facing Battler. Very well. I'll fight by the rules of your game board. However, I'm not as easygoing as you all are, so I'll start with a short-tempered, overwhelming puzzle and end this in an instant. Who will be my opponent? Don't mind if you both take me on at once. Oni-chan, I'll fight too. Stay back. Why? Watch from there. And this time, understand what I wanted to teach you. Oni-chan, are you happy with this, Aurora? I shall be your witness. If you defeat my Miko, I promise to return you all to the Golden Land. Oh. Assuming the Golden Land still exists, that is. Oop, I'm lagging. I believe in them. That's right. Beto and all the others won't lose. In that case, we'd better start with the bad news. Erika, you can make your report now. Come. When Baron Castell snapped her fingers, Erika appeared with a bow. Pardon me for the interruption, my master. Sorry, Erika. How inconsiderate of me to keep you waiting while you came bearing good news. No problem. Rejoice, my master. I've come to inform you of the complete destruction of the Golden Land. Liar! The Golden Land has been totally destroyed. I'm here to report that it has collapsed and fallen into the sea of nothingness. Not just the humans, but the illusions as well have been completely annihilated. Liar! I'm actually going to be right back really quick, sorry. My food is here. Okay, I'm back. What food did you get? Just pizza. Pizza and salad. Okay. Liar. I won't believe it. Then allow me to make you believe it. Take this, my master. Erica humbly presented an object wrapped in cloth. It shone with a golden light. What's this? A golden apple? This is the heart of Beatrice, master of the Golden Land. Beato. Baron Castell pinched it between two fingers, held it aloft, and gazed at it. Even like this, it's still beating. You're so cute, Beatrice. We've seen this before, though. She's come back from being a heart in episode 3. The game board that you are might be opened again by somebody. You still believe that, don't you? It's okay, Oni-chan. We didn't see Beto get defeated. This is some sort of trick they're using on us. A trick to make us lose our morale. Or maybe it's a trick of Beto's. She changed herself to pretend that she's been defeated. There's no way that Beatrice, that everyone, that the whole Golden Land could have been destroyed. Haha. It's true. If the Witch of the Future believes that, you might be able to make it so. So, let me show you. Look closely. Witch of the Future from 1998. Baron Castell threw the golden heart into the air like an apple. Then with the blood-red blade of the scythe that appeared in her hand, she split it. Wow. Oh. Beatrice died in October of 1986. Therefore, the Golden Land she created was completely destroyed. Your family that was kept alive in the Golden Land was destroyed along with it. Your father, mother, and of course Battler will never return to you again and will never speak your name again. The Witch of the Future has the power to interpret things how she pleases and overwrite what happened. However, there is just one fact that she cannot overwrite, no matter how much she struggles, and that is death. You cannot overcome any concept of death, be it physical or mental. Or mental. Very, very important there. Mental death. They keep foreshadowing this, like, this forgetful person. It is the single blade of truth with which witches of the past can strike down witches of the future. Hang in there, Angie. But, you decided to accept it, didn't you? You decided to live on, even if no one came back alive, didn't you? I know, but... Even so, a tiny sliver of hope had remained inside Angie's heart. Despite everything, if she was favored by some miracle, maybe someone would come home after all. It doesn't matter when. It could be 10 years later, or 50 years later. It doesn't even matter if they've forgotten my face. I believed that someone might come back someday, and I decided to live with that tiny hope inside my heart. Even though I accepted everyone's death, even though I saw it in the Book of the Single Truth, I still thought that it wouldn't be so bad to believe in a miracle, just a little. A miracle you believe in, even though you know it won't happen, is hope. So the witch who knew that miracles don't occur had ruthlessly torn that hope away. Don't cry. But, even the big brother you're crying to right now is already dead. Oni-chan isn't dead. He's right here. Sorry, texting someone. Don't cry, Angie. But, don't cry. At Battler's shout, Angie bit back her tears. Why does it matter? What do we of the past mean to you, living in the future? Angie, what sort of witch were you? Huh? Whether we're alive or dead means nothing to you. That's not true. I want you to live. That's not it. You can go beyond life and death, right? Angie didn't understand what he was telling her. So, shunned in silence, she frantically considered what her brother might be trying to say. Battler slowly lifted his face and stared at Baron Castell. And you aren't a witch. You're a reaper. That's right. I have the sickle that reaps all hopes and miracles. So I must be what you say. You're a reaper who stole away the hope that kept Angie alive. And lured her towards death. You're the one who threw about the truths of the past, stealing the future from Angie's eyes and forcing her to look only at the past. And you're the one who thrust the hope-crushing single truth in front of her, gently pushing her from behind as she, of her own accord, took that step from the skyscraper's roof onto the world of nothingness. But now, I'll free Angie from that spell that you represent. Angie won't be trapped by the curse of the past anymore. She'll step forward into the future, but not into the emptiness of the abyss that you're trying to lure her into. Angie will live strong, in the future, starting in 1998. Humans are wretched creatures, who walk into the future while staring back into the past. That's why they easily plummet into pitfalls and flip over like comical tools. Come, Baron Castell. A witch of the past like you can't block the radiance of the future. Yes, let's go then. Let's follow the rules of your game. I'll give you some closed room riddles. But since I'm short-tempered, heavy-handed, and easily bored, I'll give you all of them at once. Baron Castell spread her hands, and it seemed as though a halo or angel wings were spreading out behind her. Each of the countless rays that spread out from her were the blue streaks of closed-room mystery blades. Baron Castell, who had traveled the Sea of Fragments for many, many years, had gathered these countless closed-room mysteries as souvenirs from all over the place. All of these rays twisted at once and aimed towards Battler. It was as though infinite giant snakes had turned their heads to stare at him. If you fail to shoot down even a single puzzle, then this is goodbye. I'm not as forgiving as Beto, who gave you until October 5th at midnight to give your answer. If you don't answer immediately, you'll die. In other words, this was no mystery. This wasn't an intellectual game, but a merciless assault. Die. All at once, hundreds of guided lasers known as mysteries shot at Battler. The complex geometric figure drawn by those blue lasers was nothing but divinely beautiful. Each one was a mystery. Trying to solve each one in this oppressive hailstorm would be like threading a storm of approaching needles. Battler flew freely through this vast space, dodging the beautiful blue streaks of mystery as he shot them down one by one. The entirety of the mystery knowledge he had built up before this day told him the answer to each puzzle. Each time his eyes glowed with the answer, one of the mysteries shattered. However, each mystery was only one out of hundreds. This hardly rose to the level of opposition or resistance. Oni-chan, it's impossible. There is no unsolvable mystery, just like there is no inescapable fate. Oni-chan! Watch, Angie. Don't miss what I'm trying to show you. By now, the bundle of mysteries looked like one giant snake with a blue stream behind it. Battler skillfully dodged it, precisely splitting its many fangs off one by one. Even though he knew his resistance was useless, like trying to pick up all the grains of sand on a beach one by one. Not bad. Classic mysteries were your specialty, right? Then what about this twist on the genre? Let's see if you can handle more and more mysteries from all times and places. Even though Battler was still fighting, the giant snake wings appeared behind Baron Castell once more, and they gave birth to 7 more huge snakes. It now looked like a great dragon with 7 heads. Ushiromiya Battler, it's true that you're a very avid reader and an expert on the mystery genre, but you're still young. There's a limit to how many books and mysteries you could have read. Learn that this world is filled with countless riddles and tricks that you've never heard of.
無数に存在することを知りなさい。お兄ちゃん、もう
Oni-chan, you can't do this anymore. Please just run away. You can't beat Baron Castell. Battler's expression remained calm. However, his whole body was covered with sweat and he was breathing hard. It was clear that he couldn't overcome this onslaught, though Battler himself refused to admit it. Battler wiped away his sweat and fixed his gaze on the eight snake heads that surrounded him in 3 dimensions. Angie, you believed that someone from your family would come back someday. Lived that way for 12 years, and then lost your spirit. For a time, you surrendered to the miracle that refused to happen.
それは
That's... In that case, if I want to see you off as I try to step forward into the future, I mustn't surrender to a miracle myself.
そうね。
That's right.
それでも
But I'll still harvest your miracles and hopes.
奇跡の
All of them, without mercy.
無慈悲にね。
What was now an 8-headed dragon opened its 8 jaws. It looked for weak points from all angles, hoping to swallow Battler in a single gulp. It wouldn't be able to dodge any longer.
エンジさん、
Angie,
奇跡ってやつを
if you're expecting a miracle, I have some bad news for you.
ベアとは今や
Beato has now been completely destroyed, and it's even been announced in red.
それが何
Do you know what that means?
ベアとは
Since Beato has been destroyed, the Golden Land is destroyed as well.
それは
That means that everyone has vanished.
つまり
In other words, you no longer have any friends who can conveniently show up and save you from this pinch.
もう一切存在しないということです。
Beato has been destroyed, and that's been confirmed in red. Therefore, no one else could come to rescue them. Even Ava was a resident of the Golden Land, and bravely breaking the key's seal earlier, she had probably hidden away somewhere. However, now that Beato had been destroyed, all of the residents of the Golden Land had met the same fate as ice under the sun. Any faint hope Angie might have had that Ava was hiding in the shadows, ready to save them from this final pinch, had been completely crushed from the moment Baron Castell smashed that golden heart. There was no one left to save them from this crisis. She couldn't hope for an appearance of any new factor that might save her brother. What about Angie herself? She could only watch from where she stood. If I help, will I be able to bring about some kind of miracle? But I don't know that much about the mystery genre. I've only watched Beato's game fragments, gathering some basic training on how to fight. At best, I can avoid slowing him down, but I can't protect my brother. But I can't just watch.
お兄ちゃん、
Oni-chan,
私にも
let me fight too. Stay back. Just keep watching. And think.
何を
Think about what?
一番最初の
Go back to how you felt at the very beginning. Back when you were 6 years old,
最初の心
when it all started.
6歳の
How I felt when I was 6.
お前は真実
You've lived for 12 years looking for the truth. But that's not your real greatest wish.
私の
My greatest wish?
一番の
その願いと希望を俺たち
We prepared this final game to protect that wish and that hope.
しかしお前
Unfortunately, you've wasted that chance.
だから
So you'll have to abandon that hope as you step forward into the future.
でもな
But even so,
それでもな
even so, if there's strength in your heart, you can still have it.
何を
Have what?
思い出す
Remember
一番
your
最
very
初の
first wish.
内なる真実
Even after learning the single truth, remember. The single truth? Even after learning the heartless truth that everyone is dead and no one will come home, remember. Remember your very first wish.
お兄ちゃん
Oni-chan! What was her first wish? There was a cataclysmic flash as bright as the birth of a sun. All of the palely glowing snakes ran through Battler. He was stained red, surrounded with a cloud of blood. Then he stumbled, and in the end he looked at Angie. Angie couldn't say anything in response. The light in Battler's eyes faded, and slowly, his body began to fall. It reached the ground and gently landed like something settling on the ocean floor. Badge. Angie rushed toward him and saw the last expression that would ever cross her dead brother's face. His eyes were opened wide, filled with an unwavering determination until the very last second. Was Angie ever that good at mysteries? She's nothing compared to Battler. The waving snakes raised their heads and surrounded Angie. Angie had no blades to fight with. She could only cling to her brother's dead face, saying his name over and over. This is a surprisingly boring ending. I guess that's checkmate. The 8 snakeheads all attacked at once. Angie held her brother's dead face, thinking about his final words. My very first wish. It could only be one thing. That everyone would come home. That fueled my life for 12 years, until I finally wore out and abandoned my own hope. In exchange for the hope I'd abandoned, I began searching for the truth. Then at the end of that truth, I was forced to see a brutal ruthlessness that I didn't want to know about. And as a result, I was faced with the true despair of knowing that no one would come home. The final hope, which I still feel attached to even after abandoning it, was crushed. A single truth. If only I didn't know that, I might still be able to hold on to that faint hope. But now... you can still have it. There's strength in your heart. You can still have it. Remember your very first wish. Battler was coughing. Impossible. His whole body had been pierced and he'd been completely dead. For him to cough would be too much of a miracle to be possible. What? Why? Battler died. So why was he revived? Battler rose to his feet slowly. Though blood still dribbled from his mouth, his expression was fearless. However, Angie didn't stand up. She kept sitting, her head lowered. Well, that was a nice warm-up. Shall we get started, Baron Castell? Time for round 2. What? Why? My master. The dead can't revive. Impossible. Battler died. Whoa. How can he revive? Oni-chan is alive. I've used the red truth. I've announced that Battler died, right? So why did he come back to life? Even if the whole world says he died, I'll be the one person in the world who believes. Oni-chan is alive. And someday he'll come back to me. That's right. As long as you hold on to that hope, none of your miracles will ever be destroyed. Oh. How dare you stand before the Witch of Miracles and claim to understand them? Is Angie the Witch of Miracles? Swallow them, grind them up, erase both siblings now. You can't erase us. Even if the whole world refuses to accept it, miracles will happen if we continue to believe. Aww. I don't know why I'm hogging out. There we go. The 8 wriggling snakeheads transformed into a massive whale jaw and swallowed everything. There will be no miracle. You can't open your heart to anyone who exists. So die. You're wrong. Everyone will protect me. The cruel whale of mystery that tried to swallow everything was gouged deeply by a massive wedge. This deeply pounded wedge could only be used by those who had talent and deep love for mysteries. Oh, Beto's back. That trick's such a cliche. I read and got bored of that one ages ago. The woman who stood back to back with Battler, launching stakes, was very, very clearly Beto. How? I announced your death with the red truth. And what is this red truth of yours? The red truth is absolute. A perfect truth which no one can ever overturn, no matter how hard they try. Even if the whole world gets together and denies the truth about my family, even if that's forced in front of my eyes as the single truth, I won't acknowledge it. After all, Angie slowly rose to her feet. Oh. Around her, the shapes of people slowly appeared, and they also rose to their feet. One after another, a whole crowd of them. They were Angie's family, her relatives, everyone from Rokkenjima. That wasn't all. Everyone from the Golden Land and all of the illusions appeared and followed Angie's lead. They rose to their feet. Then all of them glared at Baron Castell. Even if the whole world denies my hope, I won't abandon it. I won't abandon my certain hope that everyone's alive. And I found something. I found how I'll live as a witch. You weren't just a witch of the future? Weren't you just a witch of the future? Just a powerless witch who could only shed tears of regret for the past? I'm the Golden Witch, Angie Beatrice. I am the Golden, the Endless, and the Witch of Resurrection. You found it, haven't you, Angie? Yeah. Thanks, One-chan. After all those long years, I finally found it. I always knew you'd be able to find it. Thanks, One-chan. I've understood what your last game was trying to show me. Disappear, stupid delusions. I can't accept something like this. Everyone will be with me for eternity, no matter how many times people try to kill them with the red truth. I'll reject it. Everyone will be revived by me, no matter how many times it takes. I am Angie, the Witch of Resurrection. Your red truth can't lay a finger on my world. Angie, or rather, Angie and her family and her friends, all fired off golden streaks at once. They were the same as the marks left by Baron Castell's great snakes. However, the glow inside these was gold. Then they wriggled, combined into one single mass, and transformed into an eagle that now had 2 wings. Incredible. It wasn't one-winged anymore. Thanks to Angie's absolute willpower, the golden eagle had gained the wing it needed to fly into the future. That's awesome. They spread wings, made Baron Castell and the whale shrink back. The Ushiromiya eagle never looks back, and it never gives up. The golden eagle easily swallowed the blue whale with its wings, grinding it to bits. It didn't let the whale's master escape either. It was now Baron Castell's turn to run. Baron Castell didn't fight the golden eagle. She couldn't. In this world of Angie's, where even the red truth couldn't hurt anyone, what sort of attack could affect her? She frantically ran this way and that, throwing one wedge of red truth after another at the Ushiromiya family. Ushiromiya Kinzo's dead. Kraus is dead. Natsuhi. She repeated this over and over again, but no one fell down. Angie wouldn't accept it. So they couldn't pierce anyone. Is this sort of Endless 9 even possible? Even the red truth doesn't work? What is this gold truth? What kind of gold truth could defeat a red truth? A believing heart. That is our consensus. Your red truth can't pierce any part of the truth that we all acknowledge and share. So long, Baron Castell. This time it really is checkmate. I won't accept something like this. I won't. Melted. The massive golden eagle finally swallowed Baron Castell whole. It then slammed into the vast ceiling, and there was an incredible explosion, accompanied by an earthquake. From the cracked ceiling, along with many falling chips, a single black cat plummeted and slammed against the floor. Erica ran up to it, repeatedly calling out to her master, hugging it. Then she realized that it was still breathing, and simultaneous expressions of relief and shock rose to her face. Don't worry. I won't let you lay a finger on my truth, but in the same way, I won't lay a finger on your truth. She looks like a wet mop. Call it a good scolding, free of charge. Beto, don't act too cozy with my big brother. I still haven't accepted your relationship. Got it? It was quite bold of you to revive me, fool. But it's too late. My charming subordinates and I shall torment you until the day you die. And I'll make you watch Battler flirt with me every day. Ah, that's pretty convenient. Looks like this resurrection magic has an off switch. Wait. Rachel kept appearing and disappearing like a light bulb, turning on and off. Angie seemed to be enjoying herself. Battler! Angie's being mean. Go easy on her, Angie. Sure. If you say so, Oni-chan. Angie, you're incredible! Angie, congratulations on becoming a Witch of Resurrection. This way we'll all be with you forever. Yeah, that's right. We're all here. The anti-magic toxin doesn't matter one bit. You'll be with me for all eternity. Nice, Angie. Well said. Everyone surged forward, squishing Angie. They tried tossing her into the air, but dropped her onto her butt, and everyone laughed. Angie looked a bit resentful, but when her brother lent her a hand, she got up and joined the circle of smiles. Excuse me. A quiet applause greeted them. Featherine, their witness, had acknowledged their victory and was clapping for them. Splendidly done, Lady Angie Beatrice. In this celebration of this miracle, I bestow upon you the title of Lady. The tale you weaved was quite entertaining. There's no need to be so hostile. I am congratulating you. Featherine smiled serenely. Then, the cat overlords broke their positions on their constellation and lined up behind her. It was clear that this was not only a peaceful action, but part of a solemn ceremony. You have defeated my Miko, and I thank you for sparing her life. As you can see, she was my cute pet cat, who never ceased to save me from boredom. If she died, boredom would overcome me as well. The true strength of this being, who referred to Baron Castell as a pet cat, had already been made clear during her fight with Lambda Delta. Even so, Angie spoke. I won't forgive you for killing Lambda Delta. My, that doesn't sound like the words of a Witch of Resurrection. Can you not revive her with your wish? Huh? I can revive her? It's okay. I'm sure that Lady Lambda Delta has been revived somewhere, thanks to your power. There's no need to worry. Indeed. She has already been moved to the audience seating I prepared for her. Do not fear. I shall take good care of her. Really? That's wonderful. Angie finally relaxed and let the tension leave her whole body. Well now, Battler, you are now the sole game master of your final game. True. That cat of yours looks like she's out of running. Perhaps you should carry on with the final ceremony of your game. My Miko is as forgetful as a cat, but she can sometimes be as persistent as one. I suggest getting it over with quickly. Yeah. Okay. I'll follow your advice there. I shall be your witness and record a detailed account of it all. Final ceremony? So even this game is about to end? Battler nodded silently. Then he stepped out from the crowd and motioned to Angie to follow him. As Angie passed by each member of the Ushiromiya family, they cheered her on, giving her words of encouragement. Battler took out the golden key and handed it to Angie. It now had the same glint it had possessed when he had first given it to her. The two doors appeared out of thin air on either side of them. They had a stately design, making the importance of this choice clear. Am I supposed to pick one without any hints? Of course not. I'll give you a hint. By now it should be an easy puzzle. A simple puzzle with two answers. And you'll choose your answer by opening one of the doors. I see. Okay. So this is a continuation of that Halloween party. I fell asleep during that party, didn't I? I'm glad to finally wrap that up properly. Beato, come forward. After all, you fell asleep before you got to my puzzle. I'm glad you now have a chance to tell it. Sorry about that. It sounds like it'll be pretty tough. Uryu, you'll be fine, Angie. I wonder about that. Prepare yourself. It's a tough one.
落ち着け。
Calm down, Angie. It's an easy puzzle.
一番いい選
Don't
択
you remember the first thing your brother told you about how to choose the best possible option?
バトラー
Battler, you're giving too many hints. This is the triumphant return of Lady Angie, Witch of the Future.
そなたは見送
All you have to do is watch over her. True.
じゃあ
Then I'll hand it over to Beto.
ここから
I'm counting on you.
うん
Indeed.
では行く
Then let us begin. Okay.
え
Angie gulped, then stared up at the witch's face. The witch held out her left hand, bringing it close to Angie's face. Then she slowly spread her fingers.
わらわの手の
Look carefully at my palm.
種も仕掛け
I'm not hiding anything, correct?
ええ
Yeah.
何もないわ
There's nothing there.
よーく
Watch closely.
こうして
I'll make a fist,
そして
and then stretch out my index finger.
立てる
She stretched out her index finger and held it right in front of Angie's eyes.
人差し指の
Watch the tip of my finger closely. Ready?
早いぞ
It'll be fast. The witch rapidly lifted her index finger high into the air, pointing at the heavens. Just as Angie looked up to see the finger raised high, it swung down as though trying to dodge her gaze. In that manner, this is the trick that she did with Maria. In that manner, up, down, left, right, and then left again. Angie, feeling as though she'd lose if she couldn't keep up with that fingertip, swung her face this way and that, looking serious. The witch's hand moved faster and faster. Angie didn't lose track of it. Then, after the high-pointing finger was swung down, all of a sudden, the index finger curled up again, and the hand was held out in a simple fist.
よいか
Ready? I'm gonna open my hand. The witch slowly opened her right fist, and there was a cutely wrapped candy.
よいか
Got it?
ええ
Yeah.
これは
Was this a trick
手品
or magic?
それが
That is my puzzle for
わ
you.
らわから与える
さ
Go ahead,
あ
Angie.
答えてくれ
Give your
こ
answer.
れは
Is it a trick or
手
magic?
品か
I know.
魔法か
I know what the answer is. Oh no. I can't save? Oh no. I should have saved. Cat. I know the answer.
If
your answer is magic, open this door. If it's a trick, then open that door. I had already decided upon my answer.
これが
This is my answer.
私の答
I
え
walked over to the door that represented the answer I had chosen. Then I put the golden key into the keyhole and turned to face everyone. The Ushimi Eagle never looks back.
そうね
That's right.
ごめん
Sorry. I gripped the key tightly and twisted. Then the key in the door flashed brilliantly and slowly faded away. Beyond the door was a strangely colored space. I'll step into this. If I step into this, I'll reach the future I chose. Before taking that single step, I spoke without turning back.
後宮のわしは
The Ushimi Eagle never turns back.
だから
So I won't turn around, but I will say
言う
this.
ねみんな
Thank you, everyone.
でも
But this isn't goodbye.
私は
I'll always be with you
いつま
all.
でもみんなと一緒
Yeah, you won't turn back, but we'll always be standing behind you.
そうなのじゃない
That's not what I mean.
私
Despite it all, I still believe.
絶対にみんな
I'm positive that everyone will come back.
帰ってきて
Angie,
それでよ
that's good. Angie,
再びそ
I
の
look forward to the day when we all meet
我ら
again.
一同が
Angie, my adorable granddaughter. We may be away for some time. Here, don't forget this. It's your prize from that quiz party. A gold butterfly flew over my shoulder, landed on my palm, and turned into a Beatrice doll.
ソファーの上で目覚めた時
This was laying next to me when I woke up on the sofa, wasn't it?
これって
This was my
景
prize.
品だったのね
Take it back to the future with you and treasure it.
ありがとう
Thanks, everyone.
みん
I
な
took a step forward into the future. I won't say goodbye, so see you later. We'll always be together. The wind brushed against my cheek. I slowly opened my shut eyes. I must have had my eyes closed for a very long time. Even the sparkles below me seemed blindingly bright. It was a strange world with a sea of stars beneath me. The wind was cold. However, it told me that I had returned to reality. I was standing with one foot outstretched over that starry sea. How long have I been here? Time has probably been stopped for me ever since Bern lured me forward, and I was about to take that step off the edge. I slowly pulled my foot back in. Then I leaned against the fence and sat down. The sky was far away, but so was the ground. This whole time, I've been in this sad place, so far from both of those worlds. I can't go to the sky. In that case, I have to return to my world. And the elevator's probably the way to go. I've done enough skydiving. Yeah, there really is no chance. No chance of me jumping down from here and surviving by some miracle. Some Witch of Miracles has already guaranteed with certainty that such a miracle won't occur after all. Then I finally noticed them. It was the guards President Okanogi had assigned to me. They were approaching the fence with forced smiles and sweat dripping down their faces, trying not to startle me. That's right. I gave these guys the slip before jumping off, didn't I? Do you think I was gonna jump? Well, that's sorry. If I jumped, I guess you'd really catch it from Okanogi-san. Angie. It's dangerous there. For now, please come back to this side. Let me stay here a bit longer. It's okay. I won't get any sudden ideas. Do any of you have a cell phone? Yes. I want to talk to Okanogi about something. Would you mind calling him? The guards looked at each other, then rushed to take out their cell phones. They were worried that I might get annoyed and jump off, leaving them to take the blame. The president is picked up. Here. Thanks. Hello, Okanogi? Yeah. Sorry for calling you all of a sudden. No, it's excellent news. A bit of an early Christmas present. I'm giving all of the Ushirimiya group to you. That's right. In exchange, I have a few things I want. As she gazed down the sea of stars spread out on the ground below her, Angie spoke. She spoke of how she would live from now on. Ushirimiya Angie's strange and mysterious adventure ends here. But my life will continue. After all, there's already something for me to do. I am Angie Beatrice, Witch of Mariage Sorcière. Ushirimiya Angie just fell from here and died. I am the Witch Angie. I'll live as a witch. And so, your game ends. As Angie opened the door and vanished from sight, the residents of the Golden Land disappeared as well. Goodbye, family. Afterwards, only Battler could still be seen. He had now done everything he could for Angie. Close the door. Wasn't there some rule to be followed when closing this door? Yeah, that's right. The rule said that you needed 2 people to close it. Hey, Aunt Ava. I told you to stop talking to me like I'm an old lady. The 2 of them stood to the left and right of the door that Angie had vanished through. Angie, find happiness in your future. After all, we will always be with you. Then the 2 of them held their hands out in front of them. As they did, the door popped into existence and closed. Then the door itself faded away. And now we have completed our role.
あ
Yeah,
あこれで
this marks the end of the piece's purpose.
ご苦労で
You've worked hard, both of you.
それでは
And with this, I shall clean up your game board and put it
そな
away.
たのゲーム盤を片付ける
Slowly, the world melted. At a glance, it looked as though the city of books was starting to fall apart. But that wasn't it. Battler Neva's world was being cut off from the city of books. The world broke apart bit by bit, and the ceiling would probably fall in soon.
お別れね
This is goodbye, Battler-kun.
あ
Yeah,
またな
see you later. And someday,
エンジを頼むぜ
I'll leave Angie in your hands, on Ava.
エヴァおばさん
最後くら
At
い
least in the end, try calling me Ava One-san, would you? Huh.
またな
See you later, Erica.
どこかで
Somewhere. Someday.
私も演じ
Both Angie and I were witches of truth.
なのに
So, just what was the difference between us? Yeah. What could it be?
なんだ
私は
I was a witch who endured and withstood the truth, but I turned my back on that truth.
しかし彼女
However, even after she learned the truth, she continued to believe in her own truth. If she was a true witch of truth,
私は
then what kind of witch was I?
何の魔女だったのかわかりません
そうだな
That's right.
お前は
You aren't a witch.
だってお前
After all, you're the detective.
探偵だろ
Ah. Good.
忘れてました
I'd forgotten. We'll meet again someday.
事件あるとこ
Wherever there's a crime, the detective's sure to be there, right?
え
Yeah.
後ろ宮家に
Then another crime occurs in the Ushiromiya family. I promise to appear.
あばよ
So long,
名探偵
great detective.
さようなら
So long, my rival.
あなたと二人
I look forward to the day when the two of us can cross blades again.
楽しみにしています
Those were the final words the two ever spoke to each other. A terrible roar and a cloud of dust blew by, covering everything. And then everything vanished. Nothing remained. Battler and Ava were both gone. The city of books was wrapped in silence.
すべて終わったな
It's all over.
はい
Yes,
ダイヤウロ
great Lady Aurora.
そなたは我が
Take care of my pet cat.
では私も
Now, I shall go too.
こちらの世界
There are some things that must be cleaned up in this world as well.
なのでな
When Hachijo made her announcement, everyone fell silent, thinking they had misheard her. Before too long, though, the crowd exploded with a shower of questions about what she meant by this. That's too cruel. You can't do that after dragging us out this far. Madam Hachijo, we have come from far and wide to see it, yes? How can you do this now?
繰り返します
I will say it again. I've changed my mind. Ushiromiya Ava's diary will not be made public. A fraud. This was all fraud. Was it really Ava's diary? Are you sure it wasn't a fabrication that you created? You think you can get away with something like this? Show us the book.
見にくきかない
Children of men can be so hideous. Neither you nor I have a right to read what lies in there. However, now that I think of it, this has been quite an entertaining show. Children of men who disturb the sleep of the dead and spread rumors for their own entertainment can be quite amusing at times like this. Let us go, Burn. I have my share of entertainment for the night. A black cat jumped into Hachijo's shoulder, and she disappeared off to the side of the stage, the book of the single truth in her arms. Only the angry yells of the massive crowd remained. And so, the people began to lose interest in Ushiromiya Ava's diary, doubting whether it had ever truly existed. Though the weekly magazines were in an uproar over the scam Hachijo Toya had pulled. Some began to openly wonder if the Rokkenjima mystery itself was an indiscreet discretion of the dead. I don't think a little thing like this will allow Rokkenjima to rest in peace. However, it did create an atmosphere where people were slightly more hesitant to openly show interest in the Rokkenjima mystery. The unopened cat box is eternal. Rokkenjima will probably never find peace. However, even so, compared to how it was before, life will surely be easier. Because, as the years pass,
The dust will slowly pile up on it where it lies in the depths of oblivion. At the bottom of the deep sea known as the depths of oblivion, the cat box of witches will probably get slowly buried as the years pass, feathering through a single golden rose into that sea, an offering to let the cat box rest in peace. With the tale of that golden rose, let us mark the end of this long story. In the darkness, there was a massive roar and an earthquake. When it passed, dawn began to rise over the endless night. Cool. October 6th, the third day. Where am I? We're in the wreckage of an old submarine base. Don't you remember? It's where it all started. The place where we first met, 2 generations ago. Sounds pretty romantic if you put it that way. Battler and Beato could be seen in the ruins of Rokkenjima's underground submarine base. The cave's mouth opened to the sea, and the gentle sound of the waves drifted in along with the cries of the seagulls. It seemed that the typhoon, which had closed off the island for 2 days, had finally gotten bored and gone away. Beato went down to the shore and lifted up a large sheet. Beneath it was a motorboat. Of course, it wasn't from the time of the war. It was modern. Pile this up on the boat. Careful, it's heavy. Whoa, this is a gold ingot. I thought they all got buried. I thought something like this might happen, so I snuck this one out beforehand. The single heavy gold ingot was dropped into the boat. Not sure how much it's worth by itself, but it must be quite a lot. Have you ever driven a motorboat before? You're joking, right? It's easy. I'll teach you. He wasn't used to this, but after several mistakes, Beato finally got the engine started. If you go out that way and hop from island to island, you'll see Nijima before long. Then you can just land on a sandy beach. Aren't you coming? I cannot. I am the master of the Golden Lands. I cannot leave this place. What's to be gained from staying? What's to be gained from going? Let's live. I cannot. I've already committed to countless sins in countless worlds. The number of lives I have taken and the number of sins I have committed is far too great. But you haven't committed any sins in our world. No, that's not true. Go. Go while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, I may seal the island in a storm again. Battler suddenly spun around. When Beato turned around to see what was going on, her body was suddenly lifted into the air. Then, I'll take you back as a souvenir from the Golden Land. Let go. This isn't safe. Come on, don't freak out. Listen carefully, Beatrice. What? I'm gonna kidnap you. But as Battler quietly gazed at her with serious eyes, Beato was lost for words. If you've sinned, then I've sinned as well for making you do it. So let's carry your cross together. Battler, as long as I live, I'll carry your cross. Let's leave the Golden Land. You and me, together. Beato was now too shocked to say anything at all. Then tears poured from her eyes as she covered her face. Battler gently set her down on the boat. He undid the mooring ropes. Now there was no longer anything tying this boat to the island. Let's go. Controlling the boat as Beato had taught him, Battler slowly guided it out. When they passed out of the dimly lit cavern, they were immediately struck by the bright rays of the sun and surrounded by a crowd of white seagulls. As the seagulls flew this way and that, the feathers they dropped in the water seemed to celebrate the boat's departure. The brilliant sunlight told them that they were now free of this island's curse. The sky, now freed from the seal of the typhoon, seemed too bright to be real. Feeling hot, Battler took off his jacket. It was swept away by the wind and danced through the sky. However, instead of panicking, Battler just smiled as he watched it go. Beato also watched it go. No, she watched the island go. Rokkenjima, and the Golden Land she had spent 1,000 years in. Will I be able to live? You will. You won't have a magical butler, but there's all sorts of useful stuff out there. There's no end to the things you couldn't find on Rokkenjima. I'll show you what the world's like. Aw. Will I be able to live? Beto repeated the same words again. Battler knew what she meant. However, no matter what answer he gave, he wouldn't be able to resolve her problem now. However, there was a way to resolve it. Time and heart. Little by little, bit by bit. Like a chain being cut by falling drops of water. He would have to sever the curse of the island gradually, over a long period of time. It might take a long, long time. However, someday, she will be free. That's what I believe. I am a the white horse is the motorboat. I'm a sinful witch who toyed with hundreds of deaths on that island. Your world is too brilliant for me. No, you will live. I answered immediately and forcefully. If you think you need to atone for hundreds of sins, then keep on living and living. Live as hard as you can, with everything you've got. That's the only way you can atone. Is that truly the one way to atone for my sins? That's right. And you'll definitely be able to do it someday. Trust me. Battler. Come on, don't look at me with those teary eyes. It's embarrassing. Forgive me. Then, at the very least, would you close your eyes? Why should I? Hey, your face is really close. Foolish man. You ought to be cursed for taking the witch away from the Golden Land. That's why you must close your eyes. It's embarrassing for me too. Aw. As soon as Battler shut his eyes, soft lips covered his. Then they slowly drew back. He tried to open his eyes, but just got slapped. Don't look! I told you not to look at my face. Come on, what's there to lose? You have no delicacy. Don't open them. Not yet. Why? Because I want to kiss you again. Aww. The next kiss was on his earlobe. Hey, quit it. Now this is getting really embarrassing. He knew he'd get hit again if he opened his eyes, so he resisted with his eyes still shut. Then after sighing and tickling his ear, Beto spoke in her usual cheerful, bullying voice. Sorry, Battler. I'm a terrible, atrocious witch. Yeah, I know. You're an evil, cruel witch. And so, I cannot atone for my sins. After all, I'm the sort of witch who can cackle over hundreds of deaths. You're really something, you know that? But you wouldn't be you otherwise. He accidentally opened his eyes. And when he did... No! And when he did, the witch was nowhere to be seen. The golden witch had vanished like a dream or an illusion. And so had the single ingot they had carried with them. Battler jumped straight into the ocean, and so he made it in time. He made it in time to see the witch again. The witch looked up at Battler, a faint smile on her face. He couldn't hear any words, and yet he heard clearly. Didn't I tell you, Battler? I'm an atrocious witch, so I cannot atone for my sins. I cannot live. She jumped off with the ingot, and it's sinking her. Battler desperately spoke back, however, his words floated out of his mouth as bubbles. She sank into the inky blackness. Battler chased her with all his strength. And then his hand reached her. Battler, you fool. Even though you got off the island alive, will you throw that away? I won't let go of you. It pleases me to hear you say that. However, I'm an illusion and you are human. We have different worlds to go back to. I will return to illusions. You should return to your world. All around them, it was getting darker and darker. The pressure increased and their heads and ears began to throb. And then at last, their fingers separated. At once, Battler rose toward the world of light. The witch sank toward the world of darkness. The witch saw Battler's body rise toward the shining surface and relaxed. So long, Battler. And thank you. When she saw Battler's body became a speck and dispersed toward the world of light, the witch slowly closed her eyes. She allowed herself to fall into the world of the abyss. Then she felt something, but that was impossible. After all, Battler had already disappeared into the distance. And yet this was Battler. Battler who had chased the witch here.
逃がすかよ。お
You
前
think I'll let you get away? You're my golden witch.
バカバトラ
Battler, you fool. You fool.
が望むなら
If you intend to fall into this abyss, I will fall with you. If it's a world of nothingness, we will disappear together.
お前と一緒に消えよう。だが
But until the very last moment, you will be mine.
俺のものだ。
Two hugged each other tightly. Fate didn't try to tear them apart again. And so the two became one and sank into the abyss forever.
何も見
Then in that pitch black world where nothing could be seen, something sparkled. A warm golden sparkle.
黄金の輝き。それは
It was a golden rose.
それがふわり
It floated down into a world covered with innocent white sand.
世界
Half buried in that sand was a small box.
そこには白い砂に半分埋まった小さな箱
This is Feathering talking. It was Beatrice's cat box, which rested in peace here at the ocean floor.
その上に
The golden rose drifted down to rest on top of it.
それは深い
It was a story of the deep, deep ocean depth.
真っ暗な真っ
A small, almost trivial tale of the dark and inky blackness where rests a faintly glowing rose of
と
gold.
てもささやかな物語
So sad, man. Beatrice felt so guilty for everything that she had done over all that time. She didn't think she deserved to get to the surface or to the worlds of humans. She didn't feel she deserved it. A black luxury car was parked at the rear entrance of the skyscraper. Men wearing suits were packing a heavy-looking attaché case in its trunk.
あとは万事
Let me handle all the rest. We'll take care of all the complicated details.
よろしくね。
I'm counting on you.
エヴァおばさんが
Aunt Ava trusted you more than
して
anyone.
いたあなたおばさんもきっと喜んで
I'm sure she's glad this is all in your hands now. Out of the building came Angie and President Okanogi. Angie's expression was peaceful. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had always looked so dark in Okanogi's eyes.
晩年の会長
In her later years, the company president was very ill.
エンジちゃんにそう
I imagine that she said some fairly harsh things to you, but I don't believe she truly meant them.
わかるわ
I know.
私だって
Even I said things I shouldn't have on my bad days.
言わなくていい
変わったな
You've changed.
そう
You think so?
俺はエンジちゃんを
I thought you'd never forgive the president as long as you lived.
教えてくれたでしょ
You're the one who taught me, Okanogi-san.
俺が
I did?
なんか言ったっけ
Did I say something?
愛がなければ
Without love,
真実は
the truth can't be seen.
そんなキザ
Did
な
I really say something that pretentious?
長い旅をした
It's been a long journey.
小野木さんの
It really has been a long journey.
言葉を理解
All just to understand what you told me that day.
本当に長い旅
Of
をし
course, Okanogi understood. He understood that, in her heart, this has been a long and profound journey.
新居と構造
Contact me when you decide on a new home and account.
何も不自由
I won't let you wait for want for
た
anything.
は問題ない
Any problems with the Sumidera family?
全部任
Leave that to me.
こっちにはエンジ
We'll have your power of attorney as our rallying
お
point.
かげで後ろ
Thanks to
に
that,
グループ
the Ushumiya group is a united front.
エンジちゃんの
Because of what you did, Angie, the business built by the former president has been
会
protected.
長も
I truly believe she'd be joyful at your decision.
面倒くさいことを
I'm just pushing all the hard stuff onto you. When the great president Ushumiya Eva passed away, the Ushumiya group was shaken. There was no clear successor, so the group had been in danger of splitting. After that, everyone who had been waiting to hear what Angie would say, since she had inherited a large portion of the group's stock. However, Angie had shown no interest in any of this. She had gone around talking about things like selling all their assets and donating everything to some charity, which had shaken the group even further. There had even been a chance that an outsider, such as the Sumidera family, would interfere and destroy the Ushiromiya group. As disturbing as it may seem, some had wished for the source of all this trouble, Angie, to disappear. However, Angie had undergone a change of heart, deciding to do what was best for the Ushiromiya group that Eva had built up. And the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Okunogi had been named as Angie's legal guardian. By simply giving him her trust, Angie now had in him the most reliable ally possible. Okunogi himself had certain plans that he could carry out based on the knowledge that Angie trusted him. Okunogi, who had carried great responsibility in the Ushiromiya group, thanks to his position as Eva's closest confidant, was the most natural choice to be Eva's successor for the top spot. Thanks in part to his ability, everything now had been wrapped up smoothly. This way, the Ushiromiya group was secure. The Ushiromiya group had been the only thing still tied to the Ushiromiya name other than Angie herself, so she might have thought of it as her final link to her family. You know you're free to come back anytime you want. We have a chair set aside just for you. Thank you. Just knowing I have a place to go back to means I can set off on my journey in peace. What are you going to do from now on? I'm going to become an author. No, man. Not like this. An author? To write novels? It doesn't matter what. It could be novels or picture books. If I have any skill at drawing, maybe I'll do a manga. What does it matter? What I do doesn't matter, as long as I can share my heart with someone. Sounds like you've set a noble task for yourself. I'll be praying for your success. Thanks. If I manage to publish a book, I'll send you a copy. I look forward to it. Car's trunk was closed with a clunk. Apparently all of her luggage had been loaded. Ah yes, allow me to introduce you to the driver. He's a protege of mine. He's trustworthy, and you can rely on him for anything. Oh, and he worked as a guard for the old president for many years. You might recognize him. As long as it isn't Amakusa. Yeah, it's Amakusa. The man walking out of the driver's seat sneezed. Now that hurts, lady. Amakusa, what the hell have you done to her? Well, he was always the most flippant of Aunt Ava's guards. I was hoping from pretty much anyone else. But he was also the one closest to you, wasn't he? Well, at least listening to him can be pretty entertaining. The boss assigned me to be his contact with you. If you ever get in any sort of trouble, just let me know. What if I ask you to go buy me toilet paper? And I'll pick up some tampons too while I'm out. See? That guy's a creep. Okunogi guffawed. I got back into the back seat. Stay well. Angie. I guess this is the last time anyone will call me by that name. Oh. Let me know when you've decided on a new one. Okunogi patted the roof of the car, and at that signal, Amakusa honked the horn and removed the handbrake. She did become Hachijo Toya. So until I've decided on a new name, I guess I'll be calling you Lady. That's fine for now. Okay, where are we going? North? South? Any recommendations? Why don't we try leaving the main island? I'd suggest Hokkaido. Huge meadows, giant clouds. A novelist writing stories in a log cabin. Sounds kinda awesome. Great, let's head south. I was planning to do the opposite of whatever you said anyways. That's pretty harsh. I'd like to go someplace hot. A town with a view of the sea. Angie closed her eyes. Things had been pretty crazy lately, and she was tired. Understood. By the time you open your eyes, we'll be in an unfamiliar land. But it'll be a warm town, with a view of the sea. Can't wait to see what you choose. The car got out onto the freeway. It was surrounded by the great river of cars heading east and west. By now, no one could tell which of these points was the car she rode in. Starting today, Ushiromiya Angie would change her name and live in a new climate. Changing her name didn't mean that she'd given up on being Angie. This was Angie's... No. This was Angie Beatrice's mission. I am Angie Beatrice, the golden and endless witch of resurrection, a witch of mariage sorcière, the final witch, who is still alive in the future called 1998. When they cry for. Wow. Ending B reach. Oh boy. Can we take a break before this? I think I'm gonna grab another slice of pizza. And I think there's still some more to see. If I ever came across Angie IRL on her journey, I would bawl on the spot. Oh my, insane. I need a break to regain my tears. Okay, yeah, let's take a short break. I'll be right back. Oh no. Yeah, because it sounds like Hachijo Toya is Angie. She's an author, and she's writing the stories about Rokkenjima. But then her memory starts to go, and she starts forgetting about all of her family. And using the books, she can hold on to them forever. I don't know. I'm just yapping now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some pizza. That scene of the third day makes me cry my heart out. Yeah, that is so sad. There's so many ways to interpret it, too. It's so sad. But 30 more seconds of ads. I'm not ready, yo. I cannot be ready. That is the way that you can totally interpret it, and she feels guilty. I don't know if she feels guilty. Like, there's so many things that you could think she feels guilty about, and doesn't feel like she can leave the island. Maybe she feels guilty about not getting with George, or not trusting that Battler would come back. There's so much. Okay, tea party time. I also love how they totally gave up on the idea that the Tea Party for Witches is the second one and the Tea Party for Humans is the first one. Because we're like in the library now. It's just part 1 and part 2 of epilogues. The majestic witch of theater-going, drama and spectating sat down her pen, looked at the ceiling, and sighed deeply. The desk was covered with a scattered mountain of paper covered with writing. Words were packed onto the pages in a thin, high-information density language that only the great ones could read. Each letter of this language carried the same amount of information as several books in the human world. These letters filled every inch of this huge pile of paper. Surely she had written out every little detail of some world. Yes, I have written it all. Though, to be accurate, I have not truly written it all. She stood up, sat down in her favorite rocking chair, and rocked peacefully for a while.
どこまでを書けば
How far must one write before they can say they've written it all? That is what has bothered me in all my years of writing. The adventures of humans can be very interesting as a tale. However, even I still don't know when that adventure stops being an adventure. My old friend, who is now gone, once said that a human life is an adventure from beginning to end. So there's never a correct time to set down one's pen. I do not agree. I think one must put away the pen at some point. I believe one should write a tale to an appropriate point, then leave the aftertaste and opinions to the minds of the spectators. In short, the tale must be put inside a cat box at the appropriate time. Shoutouts to Inception. The cat box has been the subject of this long tale, so it is not better to refrain from writing its demise. To instead put it in the cat box and leave it there? Featherine spoke to no one inside her empty study. Of course, no one commented on her words. However, Featherine seemed to hear something. She nodded and grinned contentedly. Yes, I know. I will write a bit further, then lay down my pen. Then it will be time for us to say our goodbyes. Featherine held up a finger and spun it around, a signal that she wanted to darken the room. The lights in the study dimmed. Would you mind letting me rest for a little while? During that time, my cat, or rather my Miko, will entertain you. Oh, wow. You suck. Can you be less clumsy with that needle? Is she stitching Lambda Delta back together? Shut up. If you don't want it sewn by hand, I'll use a sewing machine. No machines. I want you to do it by hand. So please, just be a bit more gentle. It'll get better if you spit on it. The Hawk-Tuah reference in 1986? Don't just start licking me all of a sudden. I think this needle should be thick enough. This will hurt like hell, so you'd better close your eyes. Red Trutha? I don't know. I thought I was going somewhere with that. Hurt like hell, so close your eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2. Don't say that right before you start. Yeah. But despite all this, the two of them truly were close. Though Lambda Delta had been brutally dismembered in the final fight, she had survived. But unfortunately, she was still dismembered. The Bern Castell was sewing her arms and head back on with a needle and thread. The left arm, which was still waiting to be reattached, walked around on the bed impatiently with its index and middle fingers. Only the arms were left to do. So it looked like this would be finished soon. Then Erica returned, slamming the door open. I'm home. I brought some sesame salt. Why sesame salt? You aren't planning to put it in tea, are you? It's Erica's toy. Erica, did you bring your chopsticks? Yes, master. Great detectives have their magnifying glasses. Kuroto Erica has her chopsticks. Are you ready? Pour out that sesame salt and use the chopsticks to separate the sesame seeds from the salt. Oh my god. A fate worse than death, truly. Please watch my fantastic chopstick-wielding skills. Yeah, good luck. When you're done, make sure you put everything back in the bag. Are you still bullying her? How rude. I'm playing with her. She is kind of a cat, huh? Ah, yes, Erica. The mailman just came with a letter addressed to you. A letter? It seems a crime is calling to me. Don't tell me. I'll guess who sent it. The postmark is from heaven. It's probably from Delano or someone. I'm surprised you're still in touch. Just by the presence of this postmark, see how far Bern Castell's reasoning has taken her? Hey, you can't do that, my master. Van Ninth is forbidden to have multiple detectives. Then you'd better get out. So long, great detective Erica. Aw, my master, how could you? I'm Erica, Witch of Truth. The top of her head is cut off because they've never had They've never had her model below the half of the screen. me when I take my VTuber model and drag it around to the wrong angle. Oh wait, okay, it was just an error. Oh, I thought it was okay because they were sewing her together. I thought it was just like her head popping up because of like, oh, her head is still on the bed. Aw, it kind of ruined it. I want. Yeah, like if I stand too tall, like the top of my head gets cut off, right? So it's like this. It's like this for her when she. I still can't tell if you two like each other or hate each other.
悪いに決まってるでしょ。
The tip sprites show the whole bodies. Oh, they do, don't they? Of course we hate each other. You're the only one I love. How could you, Master? Lady Lambda Delta. It looks like there's not enough room for the two of us. Wait, she's down there now? Buddy, where are you going? Oh no. The game's exploding. Are you serious? Are you challenging the great Lambda Delta? Erica, she's so silly. Erica grinned and grabbed Lambda Delta's left arm, which had been walking around the bed.
ここにラムダデルタ教の腕があります。
I have here Lady Lambda Delta's arm, and here is the sliced open end of her arm. The sprite is supposed to be at the bottom. Erica grinned and wiggled her fingers menacingly. Wait, you aren't thinking, let's see if my rival can handle this. I was just tickling it. Speaking of sprites, console sprites have a different outfit for Witch Angie, and that one is my favorite design. Ooh. She tickled the inside of Lambda Delta's left arm. Apparently, she was extremely ticklish there. Incidentally, the open end of Lambda Delta's arm had cute, fluffy white cotton candy poking out. Apparently, her body was made out of sweet candy with a bit of spice thrown in. Put your mind at ease. There's nothing terribly or remotely terrifying about this scene. Erica ran around screaming, "I've defeated Lady Lambda Delta all by myself, just like my master." Lambda Delta growled and hissed at her. Burton Castell kept on sewing, an exasperated look on her face. It was a very peaceful scene. So, what does the letter say? Anything about what Delanor and the others have been up to? Gertrude has been promoted to a full Inquisitor, or something. Well, good for her, yay. Oh, in addition to her cat, she got a Meow Wolf now, too. What is a Meow Wolf? What, you don't know? You're so out of touch. They've been all the rage lately. Even I got a female Meow Wolf a few days back. You can make awesome compito with them, too. I'm totally lost, but I'll make sure I stay far away from your homemade food in the future. Cornelia's... Oh. During an Inquisitor exam, she found that she's really good at fighting, so she started combat training. Pretty hard to imagine her doing that, right? Well, there's all kinds of combat training. What's she doing? Looks like kickboxing and Chinese Kempo. Could that be Ava's influence? I'll bet she'd fight pretty good standing on one leg. Good point. After all, she's been trained pretty well by a certain someone already. It also mentions Will. Ah, there's a surprise. Looks like Will hit it big on the foreign exchange market. So now he's living a life of leisure and the income from his real estate investments. No! No, Will, don't become a landlord. No! Sounds like he started playing badminton lately, too. I bet he has a hellish coach. His butt's probably swollen up by now. What about Delanor? As usual, she's stamping this, stamping that, sealing things, approving things, and sometimes even signing things. Wee-wee. She humbly asked us to stir up a crime in her district, since she would get assigned to it personally. Well, why don't we? Crime sounds fun. They say crime occurs wherever the detective goes. One of these days, if I feel like it, I might drop by to bully her. Oh, and there's also something here about the Chester sisters. Wait, I don't want to hear it all at once. You've got to pause a bit for dramatic effect. Okay, that's it, that's good. Hey, I finally grew my right arm back. Do the left one now, please. Let's have some tea first. Erica, bring in a can of black tea and the pot of dried plums. Yes, master. With this particular journey over and done with, the Voyager witches rested their wings. It was also that they could leave on a new journey in search of the next fragment. A short break between trips, backdrop by the pleasant scent of black tea. Where are you going this time? If you go north, I'm going south. Then if you go east, I'll go west. I hope we can find another charming tale like this one. Next time, I hope you aren't playing the villain again, Baron. You do? Being the bad guy was pretty fun. I wonder what kind of tale we'll find next. And what kind of tale we'll next meet in. To a pair of lovers, the Sea of Fragments is tiny. Children of Paradise. The Sea of Fragments is pretty huge. Ghost in the Shell. We'll meet again when something else cries. Sounds good. Let's do that. We will meet again when something else cries. Beautiful. The happy voices of the witches faded into the distance. Yeah, I like the Chester sisters a lot. So long, everyone. See you again when something else cries. Oh, it's a nice little bottle cap on their story. And that means they'll show up again. All right, y'all. I'm not ready. This is the last thing. This is the last thing. After decades. There's no being ready. Oh, boy. So this is after decades. It was the largest banquet hall in this huge hotel. The many guests that filled the room chattered and applauded the person receiving an award trophy on top of the stage. The sign in front said, "Award Ceremony from Japan's Greatest Publishers." And now, I would like to begin the novel category. The winner is that fantasy adventure novel we all know so well, the story that started a worldwide movement, that continues to grow in leaps and bounds. Sakutaro's Great Adventure. Aww. I would read Sakutaro's Great Adventure. Oh, Angie wrote this. The projector in front of the audience showed a brief summary of the series. It was a lengthy fantasy adventure novel that was already more than 8 installments long. The thrilling fantasy story told the adventures of Sakutaro, a cowardly vegetarian who makes friends, learns through his experiences, and grows in his search for the one fragment. The main character's catchphrase, "I'll become the king of beasts," was even one of the candidates for the Buzzword of the Year award. In addition to being a thrill to read, the book has also contained many messages for children to learn from. Is this One Piece? Did she write One Piece? I think she wrote One Piece. In addition to being a thrill to read, the book also contained many messages for children to learn from, earning its high praises as an adventure novel that parents and kids could enjoy reading together. However, it hadn't received such praise from the beginning. For the first 6 volumes, it was almost entirely unnoticed. But last year, when foreign translations of the series began, it got its big break and suddenly became a huge topic of conversation. This also feels incredibly meta. Even before this series, the author had created quite a lot of works, but none of these achieved any public acclaim. However, after this sudden rise in notoriety, her previous works were being re-evaluated one after another. In that sense, it's probably fair to call her an author who went unrecognized for quite a long time.
寿先生
Miss Kotobuki.
受賞おめでとうございます
Oh, she went by Kotobuki. Congratulations on your award. Your latest, Sakutaro Goes to the Witch's Island, is truly an excellent read. Publishing company executives repeatedly showered her with praise. Sakutaro's Great Adventure. The author's name was Kotobuki Yukari. Nearly all of her royalties were sent to a fund to support needy children, and she herself had served as the director at several protective institutions. Some envious people tried to call this fake charity, but the more people learned about her, the more these voices withered and died away. Kotobuki Yukari. By now, that name rang loud and clear across Japan. She sat in a chair, cheerfully chatting with the people who came to greet her. Last year, she was diagnosed with the initial stages of cancer, and after the surgery, her physical strength dropped sharply. Because of this, even in the stand-up awards party, she was given a chair and sat down while greeting people. Some people lamented, saying that if only she had been 20, even 10 years younger, she might have left her mark on history as one of the greatest authors in the 21st century. It had taken so long for her to receive the praise that she deserved. She could no longer be called young. Even so, her determination to write had not wavered in the slightest. The story had gone around that, even during her stay in the hospital, most of her time had been spent typing away. She always said the same thing, that she hadn't finished telling everything she needed to tell. Did she mean that she hadn't fully completed Sakutaro's Great Adventure? When that question was asked by a journalist, this is how she answered. If, by writing even one more book, I can teach just one more child how to find happiness, then I will spend the rest of my life writing every book, every page that I can. Because I still haven't fully conveyed the precious teachings I was given. Miss Kotobuki, congratulations on your award. I hear the movie adaptation has been getting splendid reviews as well. If you keep this up, you might even pass up Harry Potter's record. Harry the Potato. Yeah, sure. It was the name of a fantasy series that had become a worldwide hit. Thank you very much for your kind words. It's more than I deserve. Oh, I forgot to tell you. My name is X, head of Company X's first editorial department. It's an honor to meet you. I hope we have a chance to work together sometime. Actually, Miss Kotobuki, I apologize for being abrupt, but have you heard of the novelist known as Hachijo Toya? Hachijo Toya, you say? You remember that name from several decades ago. She hadn't expected to ever hear it again. Do you know that name? Have you met Hachijo by any chance? No, I have not. I did go to visit once, but I was an unknown back then. And since I suddenly barged into the publishing company's office, it was hardly surprising that I was refused an interview. Oh, I didn't know that. Could it be that you're a fan of Hachijo's work? No. I just wanted to find out what sort of person she was. I see. Well, the truth is, about that novelist, Hachijo Toya would like to meet with you discreetly. Meet with me? Yes. Not as a formal interview, but personally, off the record. If you're interested, we would be happy to be arranging that meeting. But, of course, this has nothing to do with work. Hachijo Toya wants to meet Kotobuki Yukari. Just like how I realized that Ito Kuro was Hachijo Toya, did she use my name to figure out my identity? The Rokujima mystery has been called one of the greatest social phenomenon at the turn of the century. That uproar, which dragged in enthusiasts from around the world, suddenly subsided after an event held by Hachijo Toya, where she was going to unveil the diary of Ushiromiya Eva, which contained the truth. Though she had set up the event herself, she then outrageously disappeared without realizing the contents of the diary, drawing harsh criticisms for doing so. However, a very, very obvious feeling had been revived in the public sphere, that they had been prying into a terrible accident with many victims purely out of curiosity. And so, the frenzy surrounding the Rokujima mystery had faded away quietly. Hachijo Toya, no, Ito Ikukuro, He caught the public eye as a forger of Rokujima mysteries. He claimed to have reached the truth, and released groundbreaking works of fiction, one after the other. He became famous as the driving force behind the Rokujima mystery. After realizing that Ito Itokuro was Hachijo Toya, I went to her publishing company to ask for an interview, but I didn't get one. At that time, I despised her. Back in the beginning, I thought she might have used the Rokujima mystery as a publicity stunt to advance herself, but now I feel a bit grateful to her. If she hadn't refused to show the diary in such an outrageous way, the Rokujima cat box might still be the plaything of countless goats. She was indeed a forger who had toyed with the cat box, and I still had an uneasy feeling about her. However, at the same time, she was the one who, practically speaking, allowed Rokujima to rest in peace. And did she really reach the truth? How would she realize something that seemed infinitely close to the truth, even from my perspective? Even now, after all these years, that's something I've wanted to know. What do you think, Miss Kotobuki? Of course, this is not an urgent request. I was told to tell you to take your time in making your decision if you wish. I understand. Does Hachijo Choya... oh, excuse me. Does Hachijo Choya live near the city? I was told that a meeting near here would be satisfactory at any time. I see. In that case, can I ask you to arrange a meeting for us in a quiet coffee shop next Sunday? Yes, as you wish. Thank you very much. I believe Hachijo will be delighted as well. I have one condition. Yes, whatever you say. I am not going to discuss business, so please refrain from sending anyone from the editing department. But of course, we will do as you say. Madam Hachijo and I will meet alone, just the two of us. Can I count on you to keep that promise? As to that, we would appreciate if you kept this quiet, but... What is it? Well, the truth is, the works of Hachijo Toya were written by two people. To the outside world, these books were written by a single female author, but there's actually a second author, a male one. The pair of them asked for a chance to meet you. Oh. So that's the two people who were talking in Toya's... Wait. That's the two people who were talking in Toya's study. As soon as I heard that, I felt a premonition. How had Hachijo Toya, a person with no connections to the Ushiromiya family, managed to write about it in such detail? But it's not Angie. Well, I thought it was Angie. But if Angie is in fact this person who's talking now, Koto Kuri or whatever... Hachijo Toya, a person with no connections to the Ushiromiya family, managed to write about it in such detail. I was already feeling a premonition of a certain kind of miracle. Could it be Battler? When I left on my journey, I abandoned the name of Ushiromiya Angie and stepped into a new life. Okay, confirm this is Angie. By now, things have settled down, but when the Sumidera family was still a threat, I wanted to distance myself from that name. Thanks to that, no one was able to get in touch with the new me anymore. However, now that Sakutaro's adventure has caught the public eye this year and made the name of Kotobuki Yukari famous, maybe it finally reached its ears. I used to play with a lion stuffed animal called Sakutaro along with Maria. If those who knew this connected the name Sakutaro with my name, then it's only natural that they'd figured out who I was. The number of people who would be able to recognize me from that was very, very small. This person was also well versed in detective novels. And a man. Battler. I could only think of one person who matched. After all, I knew just how many detective novels he had piled up in his room from the time when his effects were gone through. It was almost time we had arranged for our meeting. My heart was racing, almost like a girl in love for the first time. At that very instant that the arranged time came, I heard the sound of a chime on the door, and they appeared. It was a man sitting on a wheelchair and a woman pushing him. My eyes immediately fixated on the man in the wheelchair. and right away I saw the traces that remained on his face. There's no doubt about it. He's my brother. My brother, Ushiromiya Battler. He survived, but had no memory? When our eyes met, he gave a little bow. I hurried to my feet and bowed back. It was somewhat exaggerated and silly way for a pair of siblings to greet each other after several decades apart. However, my mind was already blank. The miracle I had waited for all this time was now a reality. Are you Miss Kotobuki Yukari? Yes, I am. And you two must be Hachijo Toya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you very much for letting us borrow your precious time today. My name is Hachijo Ikuko. I am mostly in charge of the actual writing. This is Toya. He mostly handles the drafting. Though the woman who calls herself Ikuko was far older than me, she seemed to be unbelievably youthful. Yeah, that's possible, right? He didn't actually drown, he got recovered. Like, he floated up to the surface after, you know, going unconscious and got found, where Beto sunk because she was holding the gold ingot. It wasn't because he was good with makeup or dressed like a younger woman. It feels strange to say it. There was a strange mystique about her, as though she was immortal and never aging. Then I quickly remembered that she had introduced my brother as Toya. Pardon me for asking, but are you two married? We are not married, but we have been together for a long time. True. Looking back on it, it really has been a long time. They discovered Toya. Ikuko discovered Toya in her car on the road. My brother smiled as he spoke. When I learned that, at least for him, those long decades hadn't been a period of isolation and loneliness. I felt an incredible sense of peace and relief. Before I knew it, he was staring back into my face. Well, I was just 6 years old the last time we met. It must have been hard for him to find any traces he can recognize. However, I'm sure he'll recognize something just the same. We kept stealing glances at each other and looking away, like a couple on a blind date. We were both at an age where the outside appearances mattered to us. Even though we both knew, we wouldn't let our polite exterior falter. This humorous exchange was extremely embarrassing. I thought it would be a fated reunion, that we would hold each other and sob tears of gratitude together. However, reality seemed to be different. But that's fine. It feels like my heart will explode with happiness. Let's take our orders. Is coffee okay? What does everyone want? I prefer something that isn't so bitter. How about you, Miss Kotobuki? Oh, I don't mind. I guess I'll have cafe au lait. How stiff we're all being. Even my brother seemed to find it amusing by now. Well now. When she said that, my brother and I fell silent and sat up straight. Did I start? Or will we start with you, Toya? I'll go first. I'm the one who pushed so hard for this. As he spoke, he watched me calmly. I came here today, thinking that you might be a certain person. Her name is Ushiromiya Angie. When I read your works and heard your name, I was sure that you were her. That's right. How long it's been since I last used that name? My true name is Ushiromiya Angie. I gave that exaggerating bow that I'd gotten so used to in these long years. We've both aged, haven't we, Oni-chan? I whispered this in my heart. Now it was my turn. With a quick apology, I fished around in my handbag and took out a photo. Oh. It was a picture from a trip I'd taken to an amusement park with Battler Oni-chan. I had many other pictures of us having a good time, but this one had the best shot of his face. I looked between him and the photo. There was no longer any room for doubt. Mr. Toya, your true name is Ushiromiya Battler-san, isn't it? The hands of the clock inside me stopped. I wanted him to answer with a yes. Even though I was already so sure, I was still about to burst with the tension. And then, when that instant seemed far too long ended, my brother answered. That's right. Unconsciously, I stared at my brother's face. With unbelievable quickness, he acknowledged that he was Ushiromiya Battler. My eyes immediately filled and overflowed with tears. I took out a handkerchief and wiped them away, but I couldn't hold them back. Oni-chan was alive after all. So why didn't he come back to me right away? If he had been there during my darkest days, it would have meant so much to me. Normally, the thought would have made me curse my brother, but by now, even that emotion was softened. After all, now that I was faced with this miracle of being reunited with Oni-chan, everything I'd felt before fell away with my tears. At this moment, I was happy. I was never alone. I worked so hard for decades with that belief in my heart, and now I've finally been rewarded. By now, I couldn't even stop the tears. For some time, I continued to sob and sniffle. Watching this, my brother hung his head apologetically. Why didn't he come back to me sooner? It looked as though he was feeling regret for that. But I'm sure he had some sort of reason. He's probably here today to tell me about it and apologize. Battler wrote episode 3 onwards? It's very possible. Maybe he got his memories back. He was the game master in a couple of the games later on. Already, just by him introducing himself to me today, everything inside of me has been washed clean with tears. I'm sorry. I must be embarrassing you. No, it is only to be expected. For several decades, you've been waiting all alone, believing that your family would return. I did believe. I believed you would come home, Oni-chan. I held out my hand weakly, and my brother slowly held out his hand too. Then I gripped his hand. Regardless of how many long years had passed, it was without a doubt my brother's hand. Once more I had to struggle to hold back tears. Aunt Eva avoided the explosion accident by escaping to Kuwadorian. How did you escape the accident, Oni-chan? Nissan? On that day, I escaped through the underground passage. The one that goes to Kuwadorian? I was told that an underground passage led to a hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island. However, that place we escaped to was a submarine base. That place we escaped to was a submarine base, not Kuwadorian. I didn't know why my brother entered the underground passage on that day. At any rate, he went into the underground passage, and unlike Aunt Eva, he escaped to the submarine base. There he escaped the explosion and survived. After that, I got away on a motorboat. However, it must have capsized somewhere along the way. It must have? Please forgive him. Toya suffers from memory loss. His memory from around the time he was drowning in the ocean is hazy. Could it be that he forgot he was Ushiromiya Battler for a while? That is correct. Yes. That explains nearly all of the riddles. My brother escaped from the explosion, but either his boat capsized during the escape from the island, or he fell overboard. Afterwards, he must have drifted somewhere, wandered about half-conscious, and probably got into a traffic accident. On that day, he was lying on the road. If she had found me even a little later, I probably wouldn't have opened my eyes again. I believe you suspected that I was the one who hit you for quite some time. I've already apologized for that. This explains pretty much everything. Either because of the time he nearly drowned, or because of the traffic accident, my brother's memory was damaged. His memory probably came back eventually. However, by that time, I already set foot into my new life as Kotobuki Yukari. Only a handful of people, including President Okanogi, knew where I was. Even if my brother wanted to contact me, there was a very good chance that he wouldn't be able to. Ironically, the name I abandoned when I decided to live in the future delayed my reunion with my brother for so long. In that sense, I am responsible. I did it to myself. However, I'm sure I received the message my brother sent me. That message was Ito Ikukuro. I realized that Ito Ikukuro, the forger who claimed to have reached the truth, was actually Hachijo Toya. Then I requested a meeting with her through the publishing company to question her about why she was so sure she'd reached the truth. However, I wasn't granted a meeting. In the end, I heard nothing from them, and it's taken all these decades for me to meet Hachijo Toya. If the publishing company had only passed my message on, we could have been reunited so much sooner. However, at the time, I was just a bourgeoisie girl who liked to throw money around. Why would they pass on my message when I just barged in with no introduction and demanded to meet the famous Hachijo Toya? We probably crossed paths several times. Just one of those had worked out. If we'd been able to meet, how much of my life would have changed? But this was fate. God had decided that a few decades were needed before the sibling reunion. And during that time, my brother became one half of a mystery novelist. I became a writer of adventure novels for children. You could say that we achieved success in society. My brother and I were reunited after becoming successful. Now I can do nothing but thank God for bringing about this miracle.
お互いが作家として成功してから再会できたのも神様のおぼし飯でしょうね。
Imagine that's Beatrice as Zikuko, and everyone just lives happily ever after. Maybe it was God's will that we would be reunited after achieving success in Novelist.
当時の私は無名だった
Back then, I was nameless, so I never got through to you.
そして
We've met now because we both become famous as authors.
全て
I think all of this was God's will.
おぼし飯だと思う。
当時あなたが
At the time,
出版社を経由して
We heard through the publishing company that you wanted to have an interview with us.
伊藤育九郎
They said that a fan who discovered Ito Ikukuro's true identity wanted to talk to
仕
her.
掛けてくるファンも
You must have had dozens of fans dying for an interview.
いちいち
You couldn't possibly go to meet all of them.
いいえ
No.
あなたの名
They
前
let us know that your name was Ushiromiya Angie.
当時
At
私
the time, I had already realized that Toya's true name was Ushiromiya Battler, so I thought you should be given a chance to meet him.
気づいていましたのであなたと彼を面会させるべきではないかと思い
Beatrice wakes up and immediately hits Battler with a car.
私が
I refused. Oh,
断ったんです。
my brother said that to me.
今
What did you say?
なんと
私が
I refused because I didn't want to meet
あな
you.
たに会いたくないと
Once more, my brother spoke clearly. I was completely confused. I could only sit there in shock and silence, waiting for the words that were sure to follow.
トーヤは記
I
憶
believe I already mentioned that Toya suffers from memory loss.
それがある日
And then one day,
どうして
why did you refuse when you knew it was me? I cut through Ikuko's words and questioned him directly. What reason could my brother have for rejecting me? I couldn't think of anything. That unpleasant emotion brought up long-forgotten feelings of anger inside of me.
一人ぼっち
You must have known that your little sister was living all alone, being crushed by loneliness, so why?
どうして
Why did you refuse to meet me?
その私が
My brother hung his
あなた
head.
の元へ訪れ
It seemed more like he was lost for words than apologetic. There was nothing shy about his appearance, and I questioned him again in an even louder voice. When I asked for an appointment with Hachijo Toya, Ito Ikokuro was already famous as a forger. Why did Ito Ikokuro's forgeries reach the truth? It's obvious. My brother, Ushiromiya Battler, explained to her what happened on the island in detail. So, the appearance of Ito Ikokuro proves that my brother's memory had returned. Therefore, he can't excuse himself by saying that he didn't remember me. In fact, in reality, he didn't try to make excuses. On the contrary, he openly said that he refused to meet me, even though he knew who I was. Looking back, I regret what I did.
後悔って
You regret it?
私の気持ち
Did you ever try thinking about how I felt?
この数十年間人生のほとんど
For decades, for most of my life.
どんな気持ち
Do
で
you realize what feelings I had to live with?
なんか
Various emotions swirled inside of me. I realized that I wasn't in control of them anymore. I could only moan to prevent myself from saying something that I would regret.
あなたに
I feel deeply ashamed for doing something so cruel to you.
ですから
That's why I've searched for you
あなた
ever since then.
あなたにとっても
For your sake and for mine,
私にとって
I should have met you much earlier.
ならなぜ
Then why wouldn't you meet me then?
寿先生
Miss Kotobuki,
先ほども
as I said
お話ししま
before,
した通り
his memory was damaged.
彼は記憶障害を事故の後遺症
No,
です
perhaps I should say that his brain was damaged. It's an after effect of the accident.
それでも
But his memory came back just the same, didn't it?
へえ
Yes, his memory came back. However, that did not remove the after effects of the damage.
私は
I have Ushiromiya Battler's
で
memories.
すが
However, because of the damage to my brain, I can't think of those as my own.
自分のことと
Can't think of them as your own?
はい
Yeah.
確かに私
It's true that my memory of my escape from the island is still hazy. However,
それ以外のこと
I remembered almost everything else.
例えば
I like how those pink-haired ornaments of yours that you treasure so much
ピンクの
were something I won for you at a game corner in the amusement park.
ええそう
Yeah,
で
that's right.
す私の子
They're
供
a treasure from when I was a child.
今もこうして
I still keep them with me in my handbag.
大事に
他にも
I remember a lot more besides
あ
that.
なたがひじき
I remember you giving Mom trouble because you hated eating seaweed. I remember you tried to move it to my plate to trick her. And when...
そこまで覚え
If
て
you remember that much, then why can't you think of those memories as your
記憶
own?
と思えないのです
それが
That's the result of the damage to my brain.
いくつもの病院
I've been in several hospitals, but it didn't do any good.
あなたには
You probably can't understand it. You can't know how painful it is to have your mind suddenly filled with the memories of a man that you don't know.
どれほど
He was terrified that he wasn't himself anymore. His mind was filled with the memories of a man he didn't recognize, and they threatened to crush and overwhelm him. They must have been his own lost memories. However, his brain couldn't accept those as his.
辛く
Those days were painful,
恐ろしい日
terrifying.
自分が
I felt like my mind was being invaded.
今日は明かりを消して眠る
Tonight, when I turn off the lights and go to sleep,
自分という
maybe I will never wake up again.
明日の朝から
Maybe a different man will wake up tomorrow morning and start living life in my body.
そんな
Can't count the nights that this terror tormented me.
彼も何度か
Several times he tried to convince himself that they were his real memories.
自分は
He told himself that he was Ushiromiya Battler over and over again.
ですが
But nothing worked. I am me,
私は
Hachijo Toya.
頭の中
No
に
matter how much Ushiromiya Battler's memories flow into my mind,
それは私には
to me they're the memories of another person.
私には
I couldn't accept Ushiromiya Battler.
後ろ宮バトラーを
As Ushiromiya Battler said this, he hung his head and his eyes turned red.
彼はある日
Then one day, when he was caught between himself and the other self, he couldn't accept. He had a fit. Fortunately, his life was spared, but the after effects forced him to spend his life in a wheelchair.
そんな
You mean he...
ことが
No. Now I know why he showed up in that wheelchair. And now I know why he refused to meet with me. He was afraid that I would call him Big Brother. He was terrified of meeting me, fearful that the part of himself that wasn't him would grow still further in his mind.
それでも彼は戦ったのです
Even so, he fought.
自分の中に後ろ宮バトラーが
He
いる以
felt
上
that since Ushiromiya Battler was inside him, it was his responsibility to meet
そ
you.
う思い
Thinking that,
彼は何度
he kept on fighting in the space between his two
自分の
selves.
狭間で戦ったのです
And then he had a fit. After something like that, it was only natural that Ikuko would tell him that he didn't need to remember Ushiromiya Battler anymore. Bit by bit, he tried to forget that he was once Ushiromiya Battler. Doctor's instructions and medication. With that and Ikuko's diligent care, he slowly began to regain his peace of mind.
それでも
Even so, I thought I would have to meet you sooner or later.
正直なとこ
To be honest, I didn't get a wink of sleep last
ろ
night.
あなたに会うことが
I was scared of meeting you.
あなたとは
If I met you, would I die?
そう
Yes, I was afraid. However, here I am, talking to you normally. That's why I regret what I did. If only I could have met you with you earlier. You and the Ushiromiya Battler inside of me might not have to have suffered for all those years. Oops.
それが
Just thinking that makes me feel so sorry.
申し訳なくて
The one who was once Ushiromiya Battler said this. He broke down crying. I already understood. So it really was true. Ushiromiya Battler did die that day. After all, didn't the witches say that he was dead so often with the red truth? How pathetic for the Witch of Resurrection, the Witch of the Future, who swore that everyone would be together always.
どうやさん
Oh yeah,
どうか
please raise your head.
顔を上げて
Miss Kotobuki. They realized why I had called him Toya-san. By calling him by that name, I myself felt the agitation of my heart subside a
ありが
little.
とう
Thank you.
ずいぶん
You must have suffered so much.
本当にありがとう
Thank you, Mr. Toya.
どうやさん
Uh,
ありがとう
thank you, Nissan.
今日は
Thanks for pushing yourself so hard to come here today.
ありがとう
Holding hands, we brought our foreheads close and cried together for a while. Then we talked of the old days. He remembered many things vividly, even things that I couldn't remember myself. Each time they made me cry even harder, and he hung his head apologetically. I realized how much this had hurt him, so I kept nodding in encouragement with a strange look on my face. Something between a sob and a smile. Even if he is an Ushiromiya Battler. Yeah, he became a vessel. He became a vessel for Toya, huh? Even if he is an Ushiromiya Battler, my Oni-chan came back to me. Welcome home, Oni-chan. It had already gotten dark outside. Even though he had come from far away, he was willing to stay as late as this. We left the store. It's probably best if I don't meet with Mr. Toya again. It will cause him pain, and of course, I'll find myself bound to the past again. Even so, just one more time. There was one place I felt I had to show him.
トーヤ先生
Mr. Toya,
最後にもう一度
would you mind meeting with me just one last time? There's a place I feel like I need to show you.
ええ
Sure,
いい
I
です
don't mind. From my handbag, I pulled an invitation written on a folded up piece of A4 paper. The pair of them spread it out.
おや
My,
これは素敵
Now
な
this looks like a
催しですね
splendid event. Come to think of it, you've been involved in a lot of things besides novels, haven't you? Would you lend me your time just once more, on that day? That way, I think both me and my brother will be satisfied. I think it might also be a chance for you to free yourself from the weight of my brother's memory, Mr. Toya. I don't believe we have any plans for then, as long as we can finish the afterword for the book. Okay, Miss Kotobuki. We'd be happy to join you. Thank you, Mr. Toya. October 5th. Come meet on October 5th. The cold October night was a reminder that winter was approaching. The two people who called themselves Hachijo Toya visited the city once again by Angie's invitation. A car stopped in front of a large building. Ikuko unfolded the wheelchair with a practiced hand, lent a shoulder to Toya as he got out of the passenger seat, and helped him into the chair. It looks splendid. The Fukuin house. Aww. It's my first time coming here, but I know it well. I believe it's the institution for children that was funded by the Ushiromiya family. Madam Ikuko, Mr. Toya, allow us to welcome you to the Fukuin house. They were welcomed by Angie and some staff members. This was the Fukuin house, a welfare institution for unfortunate children who had lost their parents. In the past, this institution has been established thanks to Ushiromiya Kinzo's support. However, that support had been interrupted, and the Fukuin house had been forced to shut down for some time. Decades passed, and now the institution would be revived by the hand of Kotobuki Yukari. Ah, it's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Kotobuki. Thank you for inviting us. The two of us want you to have this. It's not much, but I hope the children enjoy it. This is not the reason I invited you here. My apologies. Don't worry about that. The tales of the future are always woven by children. After all, without them, the tale of humans will not continue. Children are treasures. So please, let this be useful. Thank you very much. We have a form for donations, so if it isn't too much trouble... The Fukuin house had been drastically remodeled in recent years, in the hopes that the children would one day be able to remember this as a fun place. Angie used her own money to massively remodel it into a beautiful establishment. By now she had accumulated a lot of wealth as a novelist, but even without that, she had been saving the tens of millions of yen she got from the Ushiromiya group each year under the name of living expenses. This money had been used generously to help the children. When they came into the entrance hall, a cheerful scene was spread out before them. There were pictures and crafts created by the children. Every corner was filled with things on display. The contrast between this elegant building and the school atmosphere was amusing. The yells and laughter of kids running around and drifted in from the distance. I imagine that many of the children come here hanging their heads in sorrow. To think that they could laugh like that. You really have done something great. Anyone can use magic to create a future and find their fragment of happiness. This is a witch's school for teaching that magic. The witch's dormitory from Sakutaro's Great Adventure? Oh, how embarrassing. So you've read it too? We read straight through it after our last meeting. I really must bow my head, not only to your talent as a writer, but to your warm heart. How embarrassing. That way, this way, straight to the end. Passing Toya's wheelchair, we advanced through the corridor and reached the great doors at the end. The happy voices of children came from the other side. Apparently, this was where tonight's party was being held. There were several jack-o'-lanterns cut out of origami. Tonight was the Fukuin house's Halloween party. Aww. Here you are, Mr. Toya. I see. So it's trick or treat. Dude. She's throwing him a Halloween party. Just like he threw her one. He was handed a bag filled with candy. A teacher warned him in a small voice to watch out for rampaging children. Children. Haven't had anything to do with them for years. Please tell the children stories of dreams. All of us welcome guests here. That's tricky. What should I tell them? When you're handing in your manuscript, choose your publishing company wisely. Don't pay any attention to reader polls. Then I'll open the doors. Children are waiting. Angie opened the large double doors.
ここ。
This is... At the sight of the hall, Toya opened his mouth in wide-eyed shock. This was the great hall of the Ushiromiya mansion. No, that's impossible. This is definitely the Fukuen house. But this hall was just like the one in the Rokunjima mansion.
素敵なホー
What
ル
a
です。
splendid hall.
これは
This is a replica of the hall in the Ushiromiya mansion on Rokunjima. Yes,
私の記
I've
憶の中に
reproduced it as well as my memory would let me.
細部が間違って
The details may be wrong though.
いや
No,
これは本当に
this really is the hall of the Ushiromiya family mansion on that day. And then Toya's eyes fixed on something at the other end of the room. Oh. It was a portrait of Rokunjima's other master.
記憶のものに
It's exactly the same as my memories.
後宮金蔵が
The artist hired by Ushiromiya Kinzo to paint the portrait had a photo.
それを元に
I had him draw it again, based on that. I was simply frozen in shock. The long, large table was filled with Halloween party food and surrounded with children stuffing themselves. The teacher said, "Everyone, we have guests." The children all looked at us at once and then stood up and ran forward. Their broad smiles at the arrival of the long-awaited guest enveloped me. The smiles and eyes of children welcomed me. Yeah, I know. I know all your faces. It's been so long. Far too long. I'm finally here at last. Ah. Yeah.
"待ちくたびれたぞ、バトラー。
すまね
Oh my god.
なぜ車椅子なんぞ座っておるのか。ほら、手を貸してやるからしゃんとせい。
Sorry, I can't read it. I'm crying too much.
え俺は
聞け。ここにようやく我らは全員が集ったぞ。今宵黄金鏡はここに復活する。
Everyone was there. Everyone is there.
本当によく帰ってきたな。
帰ってきたぜ。遅くなったな。
もう話さぬぞ。
ああ。俺ももう俺たちは永遠に一緒だ。
Beautiful ending. It's over. Such a long journey. Do I think Beatrice prefers Peppies or Sprite? I don't think we can really know the truth. I think that'll be closed in the cat box forever too. It gives you a lot to think about now, huh? maybe not a lot to think about, but what a just I mean, that's just part of the brilliance of it, right? Like, this story can mean so many different things. There are very few undeniable truths of this story, and I think that's awesome. Man. Am I winning? I beat the game. We finally beat the game. I'm like overwhelmed. Like, you can look at it so many different ways. You've got Battler. Maybe Battler finally forgave himself for... And then it's like... And then what he did for Angie in the 8th episode's, like, first part of it, where he threw her the Halloween party. She did the same thing for him, and in both of their cases, it gave them, like closure and solace on decades of trauma. I offer up this tale to my beloved witch, Beatrice. Golden Witch has prepared a gift. Is this just the tips? Is there more tips? Oh. Oh, the music box, I think, comes along too. Okay, there's not too much here. That was so incredibly good. Oh. What? You can find these little things around here. I'm sure there's a couple little Easter eggs and stuff. Oh, man. What a like, it's just such an incredibly good story from so many angles. My own interpretation of the story of Umineko is of two siblings and one witch trying their best to recover from such horrific circumstances, and the way they do so is using story writing. Yeah, I think... Honestly, it's also, you could say it's two estranged siblings separated by a tragedy who are communicating with each other with their stories. I sent you some shit post? Oh. Oh, wait, this is Red Muffler Man. Well. Okay, hold on, let me pull it up. Shout out to Red Muffler Man. Makes some funny stuff. I think he's the guy who made that Yu-Gi-Oh! Ship post with, like, the Maxi and, like, the Ahegao, Trap Tricks Weevil.
With Tim Allen? Think back to the episode 4 ending when Gretel reveals herself to be Angie the Battler. Oh, oh my god, that just blew my mind. That she can't just say she's Angie the Battler. Oh my god. It's just brilliant. It's just peak. There's nothing else to it. What I've seen viewing with the human interpretation is the 8 episodes literally Toya trying to remember what happened on the island. The truth of the cat box. Yeah. Angel 17 Years is an extra arc where Virgilia and Angie write yaoi together. I'll probably have to read that one off stream. Yeah. There's so much... I'm still just like so full of emotion from this. All right, so I guess we got to do a tier list. The final tier list. We had a lot of characters this time. Yeah, this is going to be an all characters, all arcs tier list. Not a... Hold on. Yes, this will be a overall tier list. And, gotta find it. And I'm gonna talk about... Is this everyone? This doesn't seem like nearly enough. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28, 42, 56, 57, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 5, 50. Oh, I think it's the... There's 57 on this list. The episode 7 list has 57 characters. This has 56. And I think it's just missing... No, it's not missing her. Who's it missing? I don't know. We can compare at the end. Alright, I'm going to put some music on because I don't like awkward silence. If you're on YouTube, I highly suggest putting your own music on because you won't be able to hear this music. Oh. Trying to find... There we go. Alright, overall tier list, let's get it. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to tier them first and then name the tiers. I'm gonna talk a lot here. This will be a long running thing. Because I want to talk a lot about the themes as well, and how a lot of the characters show us these themes. Exactly. This is going to be a more serious tier list. I have to, of course, put in my top tier Beatrice, the Golden Witch, Battler, Angie. I mean, they're your main characters, so in a lot of ways, they are definitively your top tier. Together, they bring together all the themes of this story. I think the main themes of the story are pretty straightforward. Yeah, like, there's so much to be said about not only just the theme of the theme of truth, I guess, kind of starts talking about it. And what these represent as far as the truth. And in a lot of ways, you know, Beatrice represents the truth of what may have been, or the interpretation of your own truth from how you perceive things. And then Battler kind of represents belief in your own truth. Wherein, you know, Beatrice is about experiencing your own truth. Battler is about believing your own truth. And, you know, having the willpower to speak your truth. And then Angie is kind of the representation of not allowing others to falter your belief of the truth. In, you know, sticking to your truth despite naysayers. Because Angie had more naysayers than anybody. And stuck to her truth. I mean, I could probably talk for an hour alone on each of these characters, but I mean, speaking about Beatrice, honestly, she probably gets her own tier. There's so much that this character, like, there's so much that this character represents thematically as an antagonist for the first few episodes, and then slowly, like, I mean, even just going episode by episode. Episode 1, you don't really know what to think of her. You kind of have this, like, confusion, gets you to start thinking about her, and, like, over the course of the story, you get to know her. Like, deeply, deeply know her story. You learn more about what happens with her, on, like, how she's, you know, she's such a tragic character. Episode 3 was where I really fell for her. Like, when she did the Rising Sun Gambit, or whatever the hell it was called, the Friendly Sun, and, like, played the role of the ally for the first time, and then totally spit it back in your face. Looking back at that now, it's almost like she wanted to ally herself at that early stage, but then had to kind of come to her senses because she realized that her story wasn't told yet. Maybe she had thought Battler had realized by that point. Maybe she had thought Battler had started to remember. And if we look at it through the lens of now episode 8, Beatrice telling Battler to remember is really the scenario inside Toya's mind. It's really the scenario inside Battler's mind, him trying to remember what happened. And then there's a whole world of what ifs. And
in, you know, in almost a way that it was like, I mean, yeah, you could really look at it that way, right? In almost a way, at the end of episode 3, Beatrice had thought that she had gotten Battler to remember, but then it wasn't so. Then in episode 4, it was almost like she gave up. And finally, when we reach the end of episode 4, well, no, sorry, the end of episode 5, when Battler has that eureka moment, that's when the memories come flooding back into him, and then he's in control of telling the story. And then we shift the perspective, wherein it's not the inside of Toya's mind trying to remember his life as Battler. Instead, it's him trying now to reach Angie, or to reach the truth as he sees it, and to let Angie know that that's the truth. And then Angie, you know, so many possibilities for her story. We see all the possibilities in her story. Like, literally, there's timelines where she just jumps off the roof. The pressure of Ava, you know, being seen as the culprit, the pressure of all the what-if theories, and literally everybody using her family as playthings while she grows up all alone, caused her to kill herself in a lot of timelines. And only in certain timelines, when she was able to not jump off that roof, not be goated, and stay strong, and say, my family did love me, I do love my family, they were a good people, she was able to survive and eventually be reunited with Battler. And, you know, we see Angie's hardship in a lot of episode 4. She leans on what are, you know, quite literally imaginary friends to not feel alone, and everybody else around her, you know, bullied the hell out of her, and she kind of couldn't, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if she went as far as killing herself. And then in episode 4, we see, you know, her attempt to take the trip to Rokkenjima, her attempt to find out the truth. I mean, it might be that Amakusa shot her on Rokkenjima in some timelines, in some ways that the story could have gone. I'm not even going to say timelines. It's just ways that the story could have gone. And that's why everyone who plays this game is so good at fighting games, because they know that there's no concrete truth. There's no single truth. Everything is open to interpretation, and everything is open to your truth and how you choose to see it. And going down that hill brings me to some of my other favorite characters. I am also going to put Lambda Delta very high. I enjoyed Lambda Delta a lot. I'll talk about her in a little bit. But some of my other favorite characters: Ava, and by extension, Ava Beatrice, Jessica, Maria. Where's Maria? Hello? Maria. These characters, honestly, it's probably like this. So, Lambda Delta, interesting character. Obviously, kind of a fourth wall break, kind of a self-insert. And ultimately, it doesn't really matter how she makes sense in the story. She's a storytelling device. She exists probably in Angie's head, like most of the other. I would say most of this game occurs inside Angie's head or inside Battler's head in the future. So she exists probably inside Angie's head just as a device to storytell for us. I don't think you have to think about it too much beyond that. But she takes on this role of this, like, selfish, sadistic, hedonistic witch who is only in it for her own fun. And through the Ushiromiya siblings, in this case, Battler and Angie, learns about, honestly, selflessness. Learns about doing something not because necessarily it's exactly right, but doing something because it'd be cool. Doing something on a whim. She's the witch of certainty, right? So she likes things to be certain. But she kind of learns, maybe it'd be fun to do something on a whim. And then she allies herself with Angie and Battler. When she's the game master, her game was incredible. I thought her game was incredibly good. In the last episode, she was great. Unfortunately, she's friends with Bern Castell, whom I'm still not really a fan of. But that kind of is what it is. Moving on to the next tier, these characters. I think these characters show us a lot about the themes of perception. So, perception versus reality versus self-perception. They were such good friends. Yeah, sure. Roommates even. But these four, they kind of show us what it means when people see you a certain way. They saw Ava as this dragon lady, like just the worst, evil person, selfish, opportunistic. All of the stories that are told about her are literally just about how she's an opportunist and doesn't care for pretty much anything else. She doesn't want George to get with Shannon because she's a servant. She wants to become the next head of the Ushirimiya family to show that she's the best. She wants to solve the riddle of the epitaph because she wants to prove to her father that she isn't lesser than. And then in her further life, she didn't know really how to process the loss of all of her family and, you know, pushed Angie away for it and then was seen as kind of a shitty, you know, mother figure towards Angie. And again, is this like dragon lady? But, you know, you look at that and you say, maybe she just didn't have a way to process it. Maybe, you know, maybe it was just her difficulty in processing the trauma that she had been through. She did lose her family after all. And so maybe she just didn't have a way to do it and could never bring herself to find that solace to do it. And while that's not necessarily an excuse for her actions, it does undercut some of the intent and harshness that maybe comes with that. And I think that's important. And I think a lot of people could do well to look at that because it's really easy to look at, I think relatives are a great example if we just want to keep it the same way. A lot of people look at their relatives and look at their actions and say, how could they possibly take this course of action? Or how could they possibly be of this mind? And yes, they are perhaps doing wrong and they are perhaps not doing their best. You know, it's the classic, you know, my parents didn't raise me great, but they were doing the best they could. And I think Ava is a reminder of that. And I do think Ava, at her core, did not have... Yes, very human. That's like such a good way to put it. Where all the faults that come with like the humanity that she has, and then there's the witch form of her, which is what the public viewed her as. And she was such a fun character. In episode 3, she was an amazing antagonist, and her cameos throughout the rest of the episodes were quite great. Her sequel, I only cried twice in this story, once at the very end and once in episode 4, and she was part of the reason I cried in episode 4. Very well done. Jessica is such an interesting character to me because she's so strong in a lot of ways, but so insecure about that strength. And it's kind of the opposite of Ava, wherein I think everyone who looks at Jessica sees her as a pretty capable young lady, except maybe her parents. But even her parents see her as very capable. I think everybody thinks she's doing great. You know, she's playing music, and anyone who saw her band perform saw how happy she was doing it. They think she's, you know, all they do is say maybe she could be a little more polite. But I think generally speaking, everyone speaks pretty highly of Jessica. And the outside perception of her is as such. But to her, internally, she puts so much pressure on herself that she never gives herself the benefit of the doubt or the elbow room to just enjoy herself. And I think she's a good reminder that you don't have to put all that pressure on yourself if, you know, if you're doing what you got to be doing. And yeah, I like that. I like that kind of thought around her a lot, because every time she's doing something, she's like successful and a badass when she's doing anything in the story. Except maybe flirting with Canon. That was not very cool. But everything else, she was quite good at, you know. Quite good at. I really enjoyed Jessica as a character. Her in the episode 6 Love Duels, I think, was some of my favorite stuff with her. As well as her fight with Renove in episode 4, I think it was. Maria is next. Whoa, Maria. What a cool character. Maria is an amazing character. What a like, she tugs at my heartstrings. And I don't know if it's because of just relatability. Like, I understand the idea of what it feels like to have, like, no friends and people to think you're weird. I've had friends, but I've also had times where I felt like I've had no friends. And yeah, I'll just be honest, I was raised on TV in a lot of ways, and I was left to my own devices a lot. I was an only child. And so I see that in Maria, and I love the idea of Maria being the Witch of Origins and just her philosophy and her unshakable resolve that Rosa did care for her and Rosa did love her, where by every other account, Rosa did not. And she just makes herself happy, and she's got a lot of just, you know, maturity at her age in a lot of ways. She practices escapism. She tries to, you know, stay in kind of the world of witches, but that's how her brain operates, and that's what helps her stay afloat. And all of her stuff in episode 4 was heart-wrenching. Like, every time she took a trip to that supermarket alone, when she's like talking to Sakutaro and then talking back to herself as Sakutaro, I'm like crying even just thinking about it. It's so like real and so like, you know, like, it's not played for laughs. It's not played as this like deeply tragic thing either. That's just how Maria is. She's just talking as Sakutaro to help herself think through something. And, you know, she's got like her little bunny band and stuff, and that's her reality. And it fits all into that theme as well. Okay, the next tier of folks, I really like Renove. I mean, it's hard not to put these folks together, right? The squad. Shannon can probably go here. A lot of people really like Shannon, I imagine. I'm not hugely into Shannon in the same way, but obviously I'm putting like Beto up here, so there's something to be said about that. Yeah, the squad. They're all so cool. Like, I love these three. Every scene they're in is made better by their existence. Also, probably in this tier, these tiers are going to get a little wider. Natsuhi is such an incredibly cool character. Rosa's such a good character too. Probably something like this. And so, talking about these three as a whole, the devices used by Yasu as growing up to, and then like they just represent concepts later in the story, which I think is really cool. they're just facets of the myth of Beatrice. And then just their general demeanor and stuff. So, like, maybe they are a tier lower, because I don't actually have anything too deep to say about them. They're just in a lot of really cool scenes, and I love the idea that they represent. The idea of, oh, sometimes Beatrice makes things go missing. Oh, you know, Beatrice is very polished and polite. And, oh, this is what magic is. Magic is this concept of wonderful things happening. And I guess we can take that opportunity now to talk about what is magic. Because it is absolutely real. Magic is, and this goes with the theme of truth. Magic is the shortest explanation. Magic is deciding your own truth. That's all magic is. Magic is deciding your own truth. And that can be as small as the candy appeared in Beato's hand, to as big as my family that was on the island that exploded is still alive. That's what magic really means, is it's taking something that's happening. Maria's magic is, you know, viewing the good intentions that might not even be there factually from her mother. And, you know, I think everybody needs magic in their lives. Like, you can't live in just truth. It's doable, but it's not really a, in my opinion, worthwhile existence. It leads to just sadness, bitterness, dead-endedness. So I think you need magic, and that's what Vergilia represents. Bit of magic. Kumasawa, who is the vessel for Vergilia, is also kind of that. Truth is easy to embrace when life is easy, but life is not easy. That's a really good, well-said statement. When the truth is something that's favorable and right in your face, it's very easy to accept it. But sometimes we need that magic to not accept the truth. Talking about this tier now. This tier actually has a lot to do with status. Status is another big theme of this. And Natsuhi, so obsessed with status, willing to lie, even to the point when the family was like dying, to be like, hey, everyone's dying, we should go get Kinzo. And Natsuhi's like, nah, he's sleeping, we don't want to disturb him, because she's so committed to keeping up her status as the family head, or as a successful family head, doesn't want her siblings and siblings-in-laws, or excuse me, her siblings-in-laws and her husband to discover kind of that they've been lying, or you know what I'm saying. And so I think like the way that she upholds her status is such an interesting view, because there are a lot of people like that. There are a lot of people who would chop off their own arm so that they could say, my arm is chopped off. You know what I mean? Like, if they've been telling a lie, they will go all the way through with it to keep the status and uphold the status quo that is necessary. And that's a form of magic as well. But that is a form of magic that has a steep cost on your own self. Right? She would get the headaches all the time. She was amazing in episode 5. Very nice, like, co-protagonist with Beatrice. Rosa's an interesting one, and we actually don't get a lot of questions answered. Natsuhi's resilience, yes, her willpower, and like even at the cost of her own sanity, eventually, you know, she held that will. Rosa is an interesting one, and of course, the baby given to Natsuhi was the ultimate disrespect to her status. Yep. Exactly. She is all about status. Rosa is also a little bit about status. One question we never got answered really with Rosa was like, well, she had Maria and didn't really want her and wanted to live, because she's much younger than the other siblings. She still wanted to continue living as like a young, you know, single lady basically. But she had Maria, and she did shunt those responsibilities. But in every time that push came to shove, she was there defending Maria. She was there. You know, it's kind of sick, but in a lot of ways, she was like, only I can mistreat Maria because I know what's best for her. So only I can scold her in the way that I scold her. Only I can cause her pain in the way that I've caused her pain. Not because she's trying to, but because she knows she has Maria's best interest at heart. There is some implication, too, that she's not sleeping around for pleasure, but sleeping around just to keep the lights on. In episode 4, I got a little bit of that vibe. So, like, maybe she's even doing all that to keep things okay for Maria. She also made Sakutaro one of the best characters in the series, which is awesome. But, I mean, her resolve at the end of episode 2, her scene in the episode 8 battle was incredible. She's really cool. I really, really, really like Rosa as a character, but obviously she does some despicable things. Shannon's an interesting one. I've said everyone's interesting, but it is true. They are all interesting. Shannon's interesting in the sense that she's so important to the story, but her whole thing is she's kind of a background character. Like, her own view of herself is a background character, but she's so pivotal to the story because she is Beatrice. When I see this tier list, the female characters are so much better than the male characters. Damn, look at that. Yeah, isn't that crazy? But she sees herself as she sees herself as nothing, and she uses the Golden Land, the world of her imagination, to, I should rename these tiers, by the way. For theme. No, that's so, like, English class. Goat. S plus. S. A plus. There. Just don't wanna let anybody not be accounted for how good they are, because nobody is bad. Nobody is bad characters. There are going to be, let me do this really quick and get them out of the way. Filler. There are characters who are literally filler. Nanjo's kid. The witch hunter. I'm even going to put the goats somewhere on here, so they're not filler either. The fisherman, the man baby. The story focuses so much on motherhood, it is cool that women are so much more developed than the men. True. Motherhood is a huge theme, right? Yeah, Shannon's pretty cool in that way, where she is so important in that she is the birth. If in the world where she doesn't get thrown off the cliff and becomes Leon, she is the most important person in the family. But she doesn't view herself that way because she is but a servant. She is but furniture. Okay, I definitely missed some good characters. Kiri. What a cool-ass character. Kiri and the theme, like, Kiri's stuff in episode 3 is obviously incredible. Like the scene, the envy scene is one of the best in the first half of the story. I mean, the theme of I guess resentment and jealousy comes through with Kiri, where for her whole life she was resentful of, in this case, Battler. It turns out Battler was actually her child. Or at least there are Catbox permutations where he's her child. And if she had just embraced him as her child, she might not have held that resentment. That said, she doesn't Maybe she's more... So, I don't know how I want to tier these characters, because if I'm tiering them on just coolness, she's like here. But if I'm tiering them on like... And that's actually why Lambda Delta is so high, because I think she's just really cool. I don't think she's like a core character per se. Yeah, she's not a complex character, but she's really cool. Similarly to Lambda Delta. She's not a very complex character, but she has some great scenes. Where when you look at Angie, when you look at Battler, Ava, Rosa, Maria, Natsuhi, these are these complex... Beatrice. Beatrice. And then the opposite, like, Kinzo is a very complex character, but he is whack as hell. Like... You know, so it's like, he's super complex, but he's not very cool. I think I will do that, where the tier list is just how much I enjoyed the characters. Kinzo is the worst. He has such a compelling story, though. The episode 7 Kinzo, I also... Me calling Kinzo's Beatrice incest farm in, like, episode 2 is actually sicko mode. I know I was spouting a lot of bullshit back then, but that was actually, like, sniped from a freaking kilometer away. Calling it an incest farm makes me so upset. Well, what would you call it, Aura, dude? It's like those mobile game ads where, like, pregnant woman runs into freezing cold house with snow falling. Would you like to light the fireplace, or would you like to put a flower on the windowsill? Both cost 200 coins. And then the mobile ad always puts the flower on the windowsill, and then they, like, freeze to death, and you're like, why didn't you put it in the fire? I'm so pressed about how you got there. Yeah, it was not. That's a little Machiavellian, ends justify the means kind of. Yeah, I was pretty close pretty early, I think. Oh, I can tell this now. I can tell this now because we're done. My 2 battlers theory was so scuffed because of the fucking fighting game. So I guess the fighting game story mode has Black Battler, and fuck Triplicate too, by the way, because we booted up Golden Fantasia at like a CEO or something. Yeah, no. Here, it's a really funny story. We booted up Golden Fantasia at CEO. It was like me, Shaylee, Trip, Koyo, Jazzrid, Hunter, maybe like 1 or 2 other people, and I was like, I think it was actually right when Shaylee had finished Umineko. And so he wanted to play it. And I'm like, okay, I'll mash around. I played Lucifer, by the way. She seems kind of good. That's not who I would play now, but we can talk about that. But I'm like, I've been gaslit into thinking the fighting game spoils the culprit for so long. That's so funny, yeah. So I was like, okay, so this is spoilers, right? This is spoilers, right? And Trip's like, yeah, this is spoilers. You know, that character in the center right there, Black Battler, just him being on the screen is like a huge fucking spoiler for the entire story. And I hate that guy, man. Like, he said it so nonchalant. You got told to kill this guy, man. And so I in the back... Gotta kill Triplicate, dude. In the back of my head... I'm like, oh, there's a second Battler. That sucks that I got spoiled on that. But let me not let it ruin my experience. And so I wanted to believe the Battler theory so bad that I thought they were going to reveal it. And I was like, as soon as Black Battler comes up, I'm going to have to come clean. You know, caught. I'm gonna have to come clean and say that I saw Black Battler in the fighting game, and he never showed up. And it was like 2 streams ago where I'm like, I have like 6 hours left of episode 8. When is this dude gonna pop up? And he never does. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? And like, if you know Trip, you know he said it flat as hell, and like no, and I don't even know if he was trolling or what, but that has stuck with me for like 2 years now. It was like 2 years ago that we did that. Is this why it clung so? Yes, partly because I never dropped it, because I'm like, as soon as Black Battler shows up, I'm going to have to say it. So I want to just make sure I'm not going in too hard on it, because I wasn't all in on it per se. But like, I don't want to go too hard in on it, but I kind of know it's a thing. So I'm so bad. But it's a funny story now, so I can't be too upset. It definitely came off as you being all in on it. Well, okay, I mean, I didn't want to appear to be, but that doesn't mean I wasn't. Okay, you know what? I hate to say it, but I am going to put these two in filler as well. They kind of represented the concept of love or whatever, so I understand. But, yep, they just gave him a cool design. He's a culprit battler from Burns' game in episode 8. Oh. That makes sense, yeah. That makes sense. My Umineko story is that I guess Shannon and Cannon were the culprits at the end of episode 4, and then Garm spoiled me on being the same person right when I said that. Ouch. That sucks. Yeah, that really sucks. Willard was a cool character. He probably goes in S. I enjoyed Willard a lot. Did I enjoy Willard more than Renove? Hell no. So he's like here. He's literally at the bottom of my tier list. That's crazy. Played him plus Vergili in the fighting game because Vergili allows a meter and Black Battler has Kiri in one of his supers. Hell yeah. Yeah, some of the characters that they did not include in the game is kind of whack. Like, you can't play as Gap? Like, hello? Gap would have been really cool in the fighting game. I saw some cool stuff. So when you play as Ava, you play as Ava Beatrice, but when she gets stunned, her sprite goes back and forth between Ava and Ava Beatrice. It's actually like really cool. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Wow, we got a long way to go on this list still. Okay. We need more tiers. Okay, so we're gonna put some minions down here. Like the movie. She did me despicable, but my money still grew. The goats. The goats are going to be on the bottom of the non-filler tier list. And the only reason I'm not putting them in filler is because conceptually what they represented at the end of episode 8 is really cool to me. Being naysayers, like literally being like internet naysayers who are eating away at the possible truth is like a really cool idea. And the way that they were used for that purpose, I thought was really, really cool. And the kind of like, and then the whole scene where like, oh, they're going to claim it's fantasy, so we can beat them with mystery. Or sorry, so we can beat them with fantasy. So then they're going to claim it's mystery, so that we can beat them with mystery. That was actually one of the best scenes in episode 8, was the fight at the stairwell. When like, all the illusions were getting overrun, and then Willard and Delanor come in and say, oh, actually, if you're going to treat it like a mystery, let's do this right. Rosa gets Maria in her super. Yeah, I'm going to play as Angie. Because she can summon Sakutaro. That's literally why. And I like the team Angie Renove. Call me what I am. I looked up a tier list. And it's not an S tier team, but it's a high tier team. And Angie's meta world ability is increased stun meter, and Renov's meta world ability is increased counter hit duration. And so when you have both of them, if you activate Renov's meta world, Jessica is on a lot of high tier teams. Jessica is a gorilla character. She is super strong. Yeah. Jessica's broken. Yeah. But if you activate meta world with Renov, and he has like a counter move, like an Enkidu counter. But if you activate Meta World with Angie Renov, the counter immediately stuns the opponent. And Meta World is a time freeze, like a CS. So you do Meta World, you do the proper counter, and then they get stunned, and then you go on, and then you go in. Okay. Amakasa, sorry, he's cool. Didn't really do much. He's on minions tier. He didn't do a whole lot. He's cool though. I have to put Goda here. I'm sorry. This level of flavor is achievable by Goda, is about all I have for him. Oh, sorry, no, it's not flavor. It's this level of seasoning is achievable by Goda. What do you think, everyone? This girl kind of sucks. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Nanjo kind of doesn't really do a whole lot. He's better than Goda, though. This dude, get him. He's cool. Like, you know, he gives like father figure vibes to Angie for a little bit, but that's about it. Honestly, these two as well did not do much for me. Sorry. Goat. Okay. We're getting there. Next tier up is going to be like Hideyoshi, Claire, Italian Beatrice. Don't spoil? We literally just finished the game. What do you mean? We're making a tier list for the entire game. Genji's here. Kraus is okay. Don't spoil. What do you mean when? I don't know, maybe like an hour ago? About an hour ago. And then I guess like all the stakes go here. Except Mamon. Yeah, I have it all on my YouTube. If you want to go watch it on my YouTube. Including this one. You could even rewind it. I liked the Chester sisters. Mamon is easily the best stake. He has a lot of personality. Thank you for the follow, Dow's GGG. This is probably where Featherine falls. Nanjo, I'm munching on a donut. And then here we probably have like Kraus, Burn, Cannon. I liked Cannon, but he really fell off later in the... He's only like really good in the first few episodes, maybe. Valor needs to be at the same level of Beatrice? No way. She is in a tier by herself, and honestly, maybe one of my favorite characters of all time in anything. Sakataro's got to go pretty high. I'm not gonna lie, and this is just bias because he's cute. So probably realistically around here makes sense. Kinzo actually goes pretty high. Kinzo is so fun when he's like, after he becomes like crazy grandpa, wherein he's always screaming and he's just always, I guess that's kind of from the beginning. But like he's in the first few episodes, he's kind of a cryptic, like, you know, I think the scene where Battler has Kinzo jumping out the window. From that point onward, every time Kinzo was on screen, I had a smile on my face. But like in episode 4, when he came out and murdered everybody, I was not feeling him then yet. I hate to put George pretty low, but like George is only like here. He has so many neat scenes. Yeah, no, Kinzo, I love Kinzo in the story. Like, I'm always smiling when Kinzo's like spouting about some nonsense. Chester Sisters, and then I will order the Chester Sisters. Obviously the best, second best, third best. Leon? I like George in the story, but he's so like, when he's cool, like he has cool scenes. His fight scenes are some of the best. Maybe not some of the best. We should rank fight scenes. Oh my gosh, there's so many good fight scenes. Rudolph also falls like down here. You can really tell that I have these like memories associated with these characters, and I kind of link them together because of how I place certain characters. And their like distance from each other is like indicative kind of how the scenes that I think about that connect them. I'll refine this tier list a little bit too. Erica, so again, I dislike Erica a lot. Her self descriptor is vile, and while not totally inaccurate, it's like, come on. But she is insufferable through most of the story, but she is maybe the best antagonist in the story. Episode 5 and 6, her being the antagonist is so frustrating. Like, it's so frustrating to the reader that she is the antagonist. And that means she's a good antagonist. So much so that I think I can put her like as far as up here. It is certainly, yeah, like that, as we come to like Beatrice as a protagonist, or, you know, a deuteragonist, Erica becomes the antagonist very quickly. Delanor's a really cool character. She's kind of one note. She kind of falls in this camp, right? I think. And then Kumasawa, also very one note, and that note is mackerel. But I really like Kumasawa as a character as well. Probably put her like here. Look at this. Yeah, definitely a lot to think about. A lot to think about. Sabara, yeah. It's just a beautifully crafted story, and it has to be
it has to be as long as it is. That's the cool part. You're not upset at how long it is. It has to be as long as it is. And the way that it tells its story is just beautiful. Read the manga. It is like the visual novel. That's what everyone's telling me, that the manga is really good. The scene where Rosa kills Sakutaro is like incredibly well drawn in the manga. Doing on a few. Yeah, there's so much to think about, so much to chew on. Okay, let's just make sure this list makes sense. My favorite character was Beatrice, absolutely. And then Goat here. And then we could probably name these tiers, right? Perception. Duty. The scenes itself may drag, but overall the structure and length is great. Agreed, yeah. Some scenes it's like, okay, we're like done here. Is the manga like the visual novel? I've heard the visual novel is better, but the manga does a good job. Okay, so this will be Ava. Ava was a character I really, really liked the entire time. And I think I have to put Ava Beatrice with Ava because I can't separate them now. Jessica, Maria, Kiri. Natsuhi, Rosa, Kinzo, Shannon. Aktaro, Delanor, Cannon. Cannon probably goes here. And then Erica might even go here. And then Delanor might go here. I think putting Genji 2 tiers below Kumasawa is kind of criminal. Really? I heard you talking about some scenes that are not in the manga. Well, the manga probably can't accommodate 160 hours of visual novel, right? Yeah, Genji doesn't do a whole lot. What do we call this tier? They both put in a lot of work to help Yasu become who she was. Fair. I think Kumasawa was just a lot more active in that role. The coolest thing Genji did was throw a knife to pin a butterfly to the wall. What do we name this tier? I have no idea. My brain is fried. Magic tier? You're right, they are all magic. Looking at this tier, Leon might be a little high up. No, Leon was quite good. This seems about right. Oh, who was missing, by the way? This is the episode 7 tier list. There was one fewer, maybe it's just a filler character. Or I miscounted. Ship captain. He's here. He's here. Could go full cheesy. Yeah, I could. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 tiers, huh? The Leon, George, Baron Castell was a good antagonist at the end too. I will say some of her stuff was a little like dragged a little bit for me. Yeah, that'd be too hard, I think. Kumasawa, Willard, and yeah, Higurashi fans probably like Burn a lot. Because Lambda Delta and Burn both were referenced or were in it, right? This is Wilt here. I'm just gonna start naming them. Yeah, we're just gonna name them what we want to name them. Featherine, Mamon, the Chester sisters. Fools. Hideyoshi didn't do much. He's fun, but like definitely not really a main player like ever. Claire was a cool storytelling device in episode 7. Didn't really love it. Italian Beatrice. Genji's probably at the top of this list. Yeah, Hideyoshi has no depth. In fact, most of these characters have no depth. Oh, Okanogi was in Higu. Neat. Oh, and so is Amakusa. Okay, that explains a lot, because they kind of just show up and they're like, you know, sitcom audience claps when they show up type vibe. And this is already the minions tier. I'm happy with this tier list. Yeah, I clapped. Okay. Download this image. Let's go cause some trouble on Twitter. You could look at the Umineko AP test stuff off stream when you have the time. I'll look at it now on stream. Unless it's like not worth looking at. Yeah, we'll look at it on stream. I shouldn't say there's nudity in this image. It's in that link that Aura sent me. Okay, final. Ordered. Final. Spoilers. I got mentioned a period when Featherine's memory device was damaged and she cannot keep her form. That was from Higurashi. Oh, I thought that was like she's Angie. Right, posting on Twitter. And then let's look at this. Section 1, free response question. Umineko analysis and comprehension. Section 1, time 2.5 hours. Direction. The section contains a series of questions about Umineko no Naku Koro ni. You must do the best of your ability to provide an answer to each question. Be sure to clearly follow the instructions of each question. In episodes 1 and 2, it was revealed that Rokkanjima Shrine had disappeared prior to the family conference. Local sailors believed that it was struck down by lightning. Well, in episode 2 that we see it was the destruction of the mirror inside that led to the shrine's ruin. Develop an argument that explains the disappearance of the shrine? Jeez Louise. Common scene that we see across the episodes is Maria losing her rose. The rose was quite weak, so it's perfectly reasonable to assume it was simply blown away by the storm. Develop an argument that explains the disappearance of the rose. In every episode, Maria is given a letter to read to her family. When asked, she always states that she was given the letter by Beatrice. In episode 2, we actually see Maria receive the letter from Beatrice. Develop an argument that explains why Maria says she was given the letter by Beatrice. Well, this is answered by the story, right? In episode 1, Rudolph tells Battler he wishes to talk with him and Kiri as a family later. Then he states that he might be killed that night. Develop an argument that it's... Wow. I guess this is... You're supposed to read this after... maybe question arcs. In episode 1, we see Goda enthralled with a crossword puzzle within the servant room. Develop a well-justified argument on what crossword clue Goda was mulling over at the time of this scene. What? How? List the names of the individuals involved with episode's 1 murder plot. In episode 1, the first twilight, 6 corpses in the garden shed. Guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses. Develop an explanation for how the first twilight was conducted. That's the joke question? Okay. 2 corpses are close in a closed room protected by a chain. Both deaths were homicides. Develop an explanation for how the first twilight was conducted. This is really cool. Yeah, this is question art. In the original link it was sent to me by via Oradude. It said contains spoilers through episode 4. Long response questions. The section contains several prompts related to Umineko. The epitaph below Beatrice serves as a key element to the game. Serves as seemingly the only way to put an end to replay to murder. Detail a solution to the epitaph. My solution to the epitaph was dank. There was a place on a map that had the word village in it. Throughout Umineko, the phrase, without love, it cannot be seen, is stated by multiple characters. Explain the significance and meaning of this phrase. This is really cool. What a great story, though. I'm so glad I got to get through the end of this. I'm so glad that on October 5th, we were able to finish it. Happy Umineko Day. Umineko is something so great. It really is, and I'm gonna hold on to this probably forever. Has some high highs, slow lows, but the overall production hits. Thank you for this playthrough. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. No, I was gonna make sure I finished it today. Absolute blast finishing it. Yes, yeah, thank you. You've all made it a very enjoyable playthrough as well. What comes next, I don't know. I might play Alan Wake. That might be the next thing I look to play. I might just be playing some random stuff. Next stream will probably be... I might take a little bit of time off from streaming. Also, I might be getting hit by a hurricane, so I gotta make sure everything's okay with regard to that. And, like, the shutters go up and stuff if I need to do that. So I'll just keep you posted on Twitter, as usual. Let's... Oops. We're streaming... Or who are we rating? Yeah, I think it'll be fine. But yeah, we'll be doing all the necessary precautions and such. I'm gonna send it over to Shiro. And y'all be good to one another? Yes, I will be at Climax. I'll be in that side bracket. I'll probably be starting to lab some of my Angie Renove team for Climax, so we'll see. Be good to one another, make good choices, stay safe, and until next time, bye-bye.